Toasty! Toasty!
All right, good afternoon, folks. We're here for first appearance. We have our interpreter here. Do we have Central on?
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
There we go. All right, who do we have that needs the Spanish interpreter?
No one in South County, Your Honor.
No one in South County. All right, so that's a good start. And
I have like eight in Central.
okay, go ahead and give me the first name.
Yaritza Santos.
Santos.
Oh, wow, if we're on an S, then we should be okay. Should be too many more after that. Yaritza Santos.
Yaritza Santos. Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record, Senator Rafael Cori, Interpreter's Office.
Good afternoon. Ms. Santos, you're here on a charge of offering to engage in prostitution. The bond amount for that is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Señora Santos comparece acusada de haber tratado de entablar en un acto de prostitución. La fianza que se le impone es en la cantidad de $250.
Do you need the service of the public defender?
¿Necesita los servicios del abogado de oficio? Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Señora, voy a nombrar la oficina de abogados de oficio para que le represente. Buena suerte.
Navarro Cindy.
Cindy Navarro.
They get first letter of the last name.
You know, what, in?
Navarro. Yeah, but it is Navarro.
All right, Ms. Navarro, you're here on a charge of simple battery. Your bond amount is $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Señor Navarro, usted comparece en cuanto a un cargo simple de agresión. La fianza que se le impone es de $1,000. ¿Necesita usted que la represente el abogado de oficio?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Señora, voy a nombrar a la oficina de abogados de oficio para que le represente. Le deseo buena suerte.
Okay.
Capitello Figueroa.
Again, that's her first letter of the last name.
C. C-A-P.
Capatillo.
Capatillo, okay.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of offering to engage in prostitution. Your bond amount is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Señora, aquí se le imputa el delito de haber entablado actos de prostitución. La fianza que se le impone es de $250. ¿Necesita usted que se le nombre a la oficina de abogados de oficio?
No, yo tengo abogado.
No, I have my own attorney.
All right, good luck, ma'am.
Le deseo buena suerte, señora.
Franklin Vasquez.
Franklin Vázquez.
All right, sir, you're on a charge of solicitation. Your bond amount is $500 as a result of the ICE detainer. You are being held for ICE. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Se le acusa de haber solicitado, aquí la fianza que se le impone es la cantidad de $500. Hay una orden de retención por parte de las autoridades migratorias ICE. ¿Necesita usted que se le nombre a la oficina de abogados de oficio?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Muy bien, voy a nombrar a la oficina de abogados de oficio para que los represente. Buena suerte, señor.
Hernández Esquivel.
Hernández Esquivel.
Sir, you're on a charge of domestic violence battery. There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $1,000. There additionally, you will have conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following.
Señor, usted se le acusa de violencia intrafamiliar con lesiones corporales. Se han establecido motivos fundados para imponer el cargo de la cantidad de fianza que se le impone es de $1,000. Además, se le impondrán condiciones de la libertad previa al juicio. Y esas condiciones conllevan lo siguiente.
To not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition.
Se le prohíbe el uso o tenencia de armas, armas de fuego, pistolas, armas blancas o munición alguna.
You would have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items.
Se le prohíbe que tenga interacción o contacto alguno con la presunta víctima. Se le prohíbe que regrese a la residencia de la víctima. Solamente será en una sola ocasión escoltado por los agentes del orden público dentro de las primeras 48 horas de su puesta en libertad para retirar sus efectos personales.
Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
The interpreter wasn't able to hear that. The system blocked it, Your Honor. May the interpreter get
Do you
repetition.
need the service of the public defender?
¿Necesita usted los servicios del abogado de oficio?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Le voy a nombrar la oficina de abogados de oficio. Le deseo buena suerte. Thank you.
Estrada Contreras.
Estrada Contreras.
Last name Contreras?
Estrada.
Oh, Estrada, thank you.
It's what?
Sir, you're here on a charge of solicitation. Your bond amount is $500 as a result of an ICE hold, so you will be held for ICE. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Señor, aquí comparece acusado de inducción a la prostitución. Su fianza es en la cantidad de $500. A consecuencia, hay una orden de retención por parte de las autoridades migratorias. ¿Necesita usted que se le nombre a la oficina de abogados de oficio?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Voy a nombrar la oficina de abogados de oficio para que los represente. Le deseo buena suerte.
Vanilla Gutierrez.
Cornelia Gutiérrez.
Again,
Bonilla,
Bonilla Gutierrez,
first page.
B-O-N-I-L.
thank you.
Yes. All right, Mr. Bonilla Gutierrez, you are here on a charge of solicitation.
Señor Bonilla Gutiérrez comparece acusado de inducción a la prostitución.
There is an ICE detainer, so you will be subject to immigration detainer.
Hay una orden de retención por parte de las autoridades ICE. Estarán sujetos a una orden de retención por parte de ICE.
The charge is soliciting another for prostitution or lewd or lascivious act. Your bond amount is $10,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
El cargo es inducción a la prostitución y conducta lasciva, impúdica y lasciva. La fianza que se le impone es de $10,000. ¿Necesita los servicios del abogado de oficio?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Señor, voy a nombrar la oficina de abogados de oficio para que lo represente. Le deseo buena suerte.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Jose Alvarez.
José Álvarez.
Mr. Alvarez, you're here on a charge of resisting officer without violence. Your bond amount will be... Yeah, okay. Your bond amount will be $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Señor Álvarez comparece aquí acusado de resistir la autoridad sin violencia. La fianza que se le impone será de $1,000. ¿Necesita usted que se le nombre la oficina de abogados de oficio?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Voy a nombrar la oficina de abogados de oficio para que lo represente. Le deseo buena suerte.
Olan Ruda. Olan.
Olen Ruda.
Got it. All right, counsel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alberto
Licenciado,
Melendez.
buenas tardes.
Excuse me, Alberto Melendez for the defense.
Alberto Meléndez, representante como defensor.
All right, this is a charge of no driver's license.
Es un cargo que tiene que ver con no tener una licencia de conducir.
And apparently there is a hold for ICE as well.
También parece ser que hay una orden de retención por parte de ICE.
Counsel wish to be heard.
¿Quiere expresarse el abogado?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we'd just be asking for a reasonable bond in order to allow my client's family to pay it as soon as possible.
Sí, su señoría, en estos momentos estamos solicitando que se fije una fianza razonable para permitirle a la familia de mi cliente que la pueda pagar lo más pronto posible.
All right, the bond on that charge will be $500. Thank you, counsel.
La fianza en ese caso es de $500.
Good luck, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Thank you, Your
That's
Honor.
that's all the Spanish.
All right, well, we have a couple of private attorneys here. Who's here first?
May the interpreter be dismissed, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel, what do you have?
Your Honor, today I have David Perez Valdez. It looks like this, it looks a little strange on docket. This
Yeah.
was a direct file KPS information, and it looked like it included 26 additional counts on top of the 100 counts that were already filed.
Yeah, VOPs, but it's not supposed to be VOPs.
It doesn't look like it is.
Yeah.
So we're just requesting waive reading of the charges instead of reasonable bond.
All right. So state they're not VOPs, so what are they?
They are new
Okay.
charges. There was an information filed with numerous counts through, I believe, the 129, ninth count that's on the docket. So I believe those counts are pursuant to an information being filed. But they are not VOPs. I do not know why it's listed that way on the docket list.
All right. So these are add-ons to previous charges that have already been done. All right. So the bottom amount will be $5,000 per charge. Additionally, the defendants previously been placed on pretrial release conditions include, and will also include for this case, 17, 22, 22A, 23, and 25. Anything further, counsel?
Nothing additional, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Good luck, sir. Good afternoon, counsel.
Good afternoon, sir. Happy Friday.
Yes, sir. What do you have today?
Mark Taylor on behalf of Malachi McLaughlin. He's in South County.
All right, I have it right here. We have 2 counts of resisting officer with violence, 1 count of resisting officer without violence, and 2 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer.
Yes, sir. I was just able to see the affidavit this morning. It's recently been built. And as far as probable cause, my only concern would be as to Officer Forbes. At the next to the last paragraph, he's unsure how he was struck during the struggle with Malachi.
Was there anybody else involved in the struggle?
I guess. After Malachi was forcefully escorted to the ground, and then Officer Forbes indicated he was struck, but doesn't know how he got struck.
State?
I think that could refer to the details of it during a struggle out in the world that law enforcement was involved in. If the court is not inclined to find probable cause, it is not my intention to request 24 hours to perfect, as I believe the information that we would have at this point is before the court already. I would simply take the position that there's sufficient evidence presented for probable cause. Thank you.
All right. As it relates to the charge of resisting officer without violence, the bond amount will be $1,000. As to the first count of battery on a law enforcement officer, the bond amount will be $5,000. As to the second count of battery on a law enforcement officer, the defendant will be released on his own recognizance on that charge. And the 2 remaining resisting officer with violence charges, the bond will be $5,000 each. Counsel, anything further?
That's it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
All right. Good luck, Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you.
All right. If the bailiffs would please have everyone stand, go ahead and swear them in, and we'll get started.
I'll just stand up. Raise your right hand.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Say I do. If you did, take a seat. If you did not, remain standing.
All right, folks, so you are here for first appearance. My name is Bob Grote. I'm going to be the judge for first appearance today. So when your name is called, you'll come forward. We're only going to do a couple things today. One of the things we're going to do is I'm going to ask you if you need the service of the public defender. If your answer is anything other than no, then we'll talk about your financial situation to determine if you qualify for the public defender. Additionally, we'll determine if there's probable cause for the charges, and if there is, we'll determine any appropriate bond or release conditions. Please do not talk about the facts of your case in any way whatsoever. If you think you're fixing to say something and it might be related to your case somehow, please do not say it. I could go into an analogy with you about baseball and how we're going around the bases. Let's just get to first appearance. So we'll begin with people in South County, beginning with Jeffrey Bell.
Your Honor, Jeffrey Bell was at the courthouse earlier. He hasn't returned to the jail yet.
Okay.
Y'all come.
He just left, he's not gonna be back to South County by the time we get done with
Okay.
South County, so.
I don't know, it could be-
Your Honor, attorney law made.
You'll have to come back tomorrow then.
But I'm here for defendant
We have Mr.
Elijah.
Bradley.
Oh, somebody's talking?
Your Honor, I'm attorney law made. I'm online. I just want to let you know I was here for Elijah Santiago.
Okay, well, did we already do that one?
No.
All right, well, we'll get to it, counsel. Georgie Bradley?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Bradley, you're here on charges of use of a two-way communication device to commit a felony, use of a computer to lure a child, and leave lascivious conduct and transmit information harmful to a minor. All of the bonds for those are $5,000 each.
Has to be heard on that matter, Judge.
Yes, sir.
With regard to the lewd or lascivious conduct by a person 18 or over on a person believed to be of underage, the state is filing a motion for pretrial detention, presuming the public defender will be appointed and providing a hard copy to Assistant Public Defender. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Providing the original to the court, I would respectfully request the court review that motion for facial sufficiency, and if so found, hold the accused no bond until a hearing on this motion, which should be set for Thursday of next week on the HE docket at 1 p.m. Thank you.
All right. And that is an enumerated crime based on Florida statute section 907.0415A.
Yes, sir, as is its attempt.
All right. So as a result of that, the defendant will be held no bond as to that charge. Then there's the traveling charge, which the bond amount will be $10,000. If the defendant's able to bond out, the defendant will be placed on pretrial release with the following conditions included: do not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition, have no contact with anyone under the age of 18, and not have the use of any computer or internet service. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
All right, then I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Anthony Delazio?
Deluzio, yes.
Delazio? All right, thank you, sir. All right, sir, you're here on a charge of engaging in prostitution. Your bond amount is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Thomas Hicks?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hicks, you're here on, well, the state wish to be heard on Mr. Hicks' case?
Yes, Your Honor, and I believe Mr. Taylor is here for him as well.
Good afternoon, Mr. Taylor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Matthew Keller on behalf of Thomas Hicks at this point for the limited purpose of first appearance hearing.
All right.
Your Honor, the second count is a life felony. The state will be asking you to hold him no bond on that count. If not, the state will be filing a motion for pretrial detention.
All right. As it relates to count the second charge, then the defendant will be held no bond on that charge. As to the first count, traveling to meet, that bond amount will be $10,000, and then unlawful use of a two-way communication device, $5,000, and use of a computer would be $5,000 as well. Mr. Taylor, anything on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. Good luck, sir.
Have a good one.
Be representing him on the entire
No, limited appearance.
Yeah, appreciate it, sir.
Well, we'll stay on it. Are you Dominique Richardson?
Yes, sir.
You're here on charges of offering to commit or engage in lewdness with a bond of $250, possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck. Jonathan Rosario.
Yes.
You're here on charges of domestic violence assault with a bond of $1,000, domestic violence aggravated battery on a pregnant victim with a bond of $10,000. If you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following. You would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement. Additionally, was there a warrant on this? Okay. All right, sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor. And one more time, can you repeat my bond, please? I'm just hard of hearing.
Yes, sir. The bond as to count one is $1,000, and the bond as to count two is $10,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Good luck, sir. William Stidham?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stidham, you're here on 2 counts of violation of probation for which you will be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Nicholas Torregno?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're here on a charge of petty theft, first degree. Your bond amount is $1,000. Was there a KP somewhere? Yeah, that's right. Pursuant to the warrant signed by the Honorable Judge John Flynn, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
George Thomas? Yes, counsel.
With regard to the second and last count, on the docket list, that is a life felony. State will be asking the court to hold the accused no bond, and if the court is not so inclined, we will be filing a motion for pretrial detention. Thank you.
All right, as it relates to that charge, the defendant will be held no bond on the life felony. You also have charges of use of computer with a bond of $5,000, traveling to meet with a bond of $10,000, unlawful use of a two-way communication device with a bond of $5,000, and lewd lascivious battery with a bond of $5,000. Additionally, the defendant would be placed on pretrial release if he were to be released, which would include the conditions that he not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition, have no contact with anyone under the age of 18, and not have access to computer with internet or intranet capabilities. Mr. Thomas, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Reynaldo Valentin Diaz? Is that you?
Yeah.
All right, so you're here on a charge of offering to engage in lewdness. The bond amount is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Can you repeat that?
Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yeah.
All right, then I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck.
And how much is the bond?
$250. Joshua Velez?
Ask you here on this one.
Yes, sir.
With regard to the last count on the docket list, that is an enumerated dangerous offense stated intends to file a motion for pretrial detention. Presuming the public defender will be appointed, providing a hard copy to APD, if I may approach.
Yes, sir.
Providing an original of the motion to the court, I would respectfully request the court review that motion for facial sufficiency. And if so found, hold the accused no bond on this count. So the hearing on this motion, which should be set for next Thursday on the A2 docket at 1 p.m. Thank you.
All right, then as it relates to count 4, which is the last count, the defendant will be held no bond pursuant to the motion for pretrial detention, and then that matter will be heard next Thursday in the A2 division. Yeah. Additionally, sir, you have charges of use of a two-way communication device with a bond of $5,000, use of a computer with a bond of $5,000, traveling to meet with a bond of $10,000. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Does that conclude everyone in South County?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
All right, now we will begin with Central with the females. The first one I have is Tanisha Barnes. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of engaging in prostitution. Your bond is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Tashi Bass, is it Bass or Bass?
Bass.
All right, Ms. Bass, you're here on charges of engaging in lewdness with a bond of $1,000 and battery with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yeah.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Danielle Bertrand?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're here on charge of offering to commit prostitution with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Aaliyah Black?
Your Honor, Attorney Law Mason just break in real quick. I found out my client's not on the docket, but I wanted to thank you for your time, and I will see you tomorrow if you're the judge. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Black, you're here on the charge of offering to engage in prostitution. Your bond is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Janae Bozeman?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're here on a charge of petty theft of merchant or farm equipment. Your bond amount is $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Megan Chandler? Ma'am, you're here on a warrant signed by the Honorable Judge Williamson on a failure to appear for a revocation hearing. You will be held no bond on that charge and then be scheduled to appear before Judge Williamson. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Bianca Flores? Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $1,000. If you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: to not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You may have contact with the alleged victim, but it may not be physically or verbally threatening or violent in any manner whatsoever. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck. Samantha Galarza? Ma'am, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir, because it was supposed to be over some pills that were out of the trash. I have never had no drugs on me.
All right, well, I will appoint the
I
public
never
defender
had
to
no
represent you.
paraphernalia on me. I
luck,
went
ma'am.
walk. This doesn't make sense.
As Judge Johnson?
Yeah.
Go.
Ma'am, you're here on charge of depriving officer of means of protection, communication with a bond of $5,000, battery and law enforcement officer with a bond of $5,000.
I can't hear you. Can you repeat that?
Sure.
We couldn't hear you.
First, are you Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
All right. So, Ms. Johnson, you're here on charges of depriving an officer of means of communication, battering a law enforcement officer and resisting an officer with violence with a bond of $5,000 as to each of those, and then a charge of resisting an officer without violence with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yeah.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Jayla Lawrence?
Yes.
And you're here on a charge of domestic violence, battery on a person over the age of 65. There is probable cause for the charge. I apologize. The bond amount will be $5,000. And if you're able to bond out, there will be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You would have no contact with the alleged victim. I apologize. You may have contact with the alleged victim, but it may not be physically or verbally threatening or violent in any manner whatsoever. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender? I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck. Whoever is talking, please stop. Justice Lawton? All right, ma'am, you're here on charges of fraudulent use of a personal ID and grand theft with a bond of $5,000 each. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck. Lakia Lee?
Yeah.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of offering to engage in lewdness with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Elia Lenz?
This is she.
Ma'am, you're here on a charge of battery by strangulation. Your bond amount will be $5,000. If you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, I didn't hear the last part before that. About
So
the
it wasn't the
48
last
hours.
part, it was the part before the last part.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
the 48 hours.
Once you're released, you have 48 hours accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. from the residence of the victim.
And Judge, on officer without violence.
Oh, I apologize. Oh, I didn't have that on my docket.
I can put the affidavit.
That's all right. So we also have a charge of resisting officer without violence. The bond for that charge will be $1,000. So do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Claudia Lomax.
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of cocaine with a bond of $5,000, and engaging in prostitution with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck. Lillian Orozco, is that you?
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of engaging in a lewd act. The bond is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you.
Your
Yes,
Honor,
ma'am.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
If I bond out, will I be able to be released?
That's the way it normally works. I can't promise anything. But if you
Okay.
bond out, they don't have any reason to keep you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Janelle Prochaska,
She's in the hospital.
thank you.
Oh, yeah?
Lakeisha Ross.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $1,000. If you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following. You would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Do you need the service of the public defender?
No,
Good luck, ma'am.
thank you.
Brandy Stollard. Ma'am, you're here on charges of, well, failure to appear. There's a warrant signed by the Honorable Judge John Flynn for that case. The bond is $1,000. My docket shows 2 charges, but I couldn't find any information about the second. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, so there's another one with Judge Flynn. That one's also for $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
No.
All right, good luck, ma'am.
Oh, yes,
Well, which is it?
yes.
All right, public defender will be appointed. Amber Templeton. Ma'am, you're here on a charge of engaging in prostitution. Your bond is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender? I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Diamond Tucker.
Yes, sir.
You're here on a charge of felony petty theft. Your bond amount is $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Do I need the service of a public defender? Yes, sir.
All right, well, public defender was previously appointed. Additionally, you have a different case, so you're going to be placed on pretrial release in this case with the same conditions, which are apparently number 16 and number 17.
So what does that mean?
That means you have an original charge of a burglary. They added these charges onto it. Whatever judge had it, put you on pretrial release with those conditions, so I'm just agreeing with whatever that judge did.
Okay, so that means that when I go to court on the 12th this time, that they told me, that means that I'll be done with both cases, if they, or they're going to combine both cases?
Ma'am, you've been here long enough to realize I'm not a very good judge, and I can't give you legal advice because I was not a very good lawyer either. So you want to talk to your lawyer about that.
All right.
All right, good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Darlene Young. Ms. Young, you're here on a failure to appear for a pretrial release conference. I don't know what all that means, but I do know that Judge Flynn issued a warrant for your arrest. The bond amount is $2,000, and a public defender was previously appointed on your case. Good luck, ma'am. Marie Zipfer?
Yes,
Is that you, ma'am?
yes.
All right, ma'am, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000, and an improperly insured vehicle with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. All right, that should be all the females, so we will go to the males at Central now, beginning with Reginald Allen. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you're here on charges of petty theft with a bond of $250 and resisting officer without violence with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
No, sir.
All right, good luck, sir. David Anderson.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Anderson, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of cannabis over 20 grams with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
I'm sorry.
All right, good luck then. Cristobal Arevalo,
Yes, sir.
you're here on charges of resisting officer without violence with a bond of $1,000 and solicitation with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Curtis Barfield,
Judge, this should state prepared to stipulate to an F3 on this. The only aggravator appears to be the age of the person.
all right. All right, sir, then you're here on a charge of domestic violence, aggravated battery. The bond then will be $5,000, and if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions would include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You may have contact with the alleged victim, however, may not be physically or verbally threatening or violent in any manner whatsoever. Do you need the service of the public defender? Mr. Barfield?
Yes.
Do you need the service of the public defender?
No.
All right, good luck, sir.
No, sir.
Good luck, sir.
Okay.
Chad Cole?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cole, you're here in charge of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of cocaine with a bond of $5,000. Additionally, you are currently out on probation on 26 CF 1173. I will issue a stanchion warrant on that. You will be held no bond on a violation of probation. Do you need the service of the public defender for these cases?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender for all of those cases on your behalf. Good luck, sir. Jerry Connerly?
Yes, sir.
Connolly, you're here on a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Your bond amount will be $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Mark Cothran,
Yes, sir.
so you're here on a charge of stalking or harassing with a bond of $5,000, trespass on a structure with a bond of $1,000. Additionally, you're currently out on bond on 26 CF 1541. Pursuant to Park Free State, that bond will be revoked. You will be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Damian Crea,
Yes, sir.
so you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $1,000. If you're able to bond out, there will be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Mark Delorio,
Yes, sir.
so you're here on charges of resisting officer without violence and solicitation with a bond of $1,000 each. Additionally, you have a violation of probation for which you will be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Bobby Dodson,
Yes, sir.
so you're here on charges of trespass with a bond of $1,000 and illegal use of the streets with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yeah.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Cody Doggett,
Yes, sir.
so you're here on charges of fleeing or looting with a bond of $5,000, obstruction with a bond of $1,000. Additionally, you have a warrant out of Hillsborough County on a bond of $2,500. For the Polk County cases anyway, do you want the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Obed Edmond,
Yes, sir.
you're here on a charge of solicitation with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yeah.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
I got a question.
Sure.
So, if my bond is $250, how much I got? I got to pay the whole $250 or just 10%?
Oh, I don't know. They don't let me get involved in money, so good luck.
I appreciate you. Bye. Yep.
George Francisco Matzko,
Yes, sir.
so you're here on a charge of solicitation. There is a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Willie Gonzalez Valentine,
Yes, sir.
all right, sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $1,000. If you're able to bond out, there will be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Additionally, you are currently out on bond on 24 CF 5987. As a result of this case, and pursuant to Parker v. State, that bond will be revoked and you will be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, Jeffrey Wallace, may I?
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second, sir.
I'm back.
Sir, you said you're parkering him on 5987,
Correct.
and what is the year for that case?
24 CF.
Thank you, sir.
All right, good luck, sir. Barry Hall.
Yes, sir.
And yeah.
Mr. Hall, you're here on charges of no proper endorsement on a driver's license and reckless driving with a bond of $250 each, a charge of failure to obey a police officer with a bond of $1,000, and driving a license suspended or revoked with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Daniel Hall.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hall, you're here on a charge of offering to engage in prostitution with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Darrell Hamilton.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hamilton, you're here on a charge of possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000, possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Corey Henderson.
Ask for her on this one.
All right, state.
Your Honor, with regard to the lead count of trafficking cocaine, the state is filing a motion for pretrial detention that is an enumerated offense under 907-0415C, providing a hard copy to presumptive counsel. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Respectfully request the court review this motion for pretrial detention, and if it so finds, if the court finds that it is facially sufficient, state request the defendant be held no bond pending the hearing on this motion, which should be set for next Thursday at 1 o'clock on the A2 docket. Thank you.
All right, as it relates to that first charge, then the motion for pretrial detention is granted. Defendant will be held no bond as to that charge and set for the A2 docket next week. Additionally, there are charges 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 charges of unlawful use of a two-way communication device with a bond of $5,000 each, tampering with physical evidence with a bond of $5,000, keeping a shopper vehicle for the use of drugs, and possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each, and then 4 counts of the sale of cocaine with a bond of $10,000 each. Mr. Henderson, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Andre Judum.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $1,000. If you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Prentice Johnson.
Yes, sir.
You're here on charge of possession of cannabis and possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Jaron Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson, you are here on 3 different things. The first one is a failure to appear on a trespass charge. The Honorable Judge Flynn has determined that you would be released on your own recognizance for that charge, assuming that you can give a valid address, which I think you have as a part of the TC affidavit. Additionally, you have charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 and possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Zachary Jones.
Yes, sir.
So you're here on 3 counts of violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Salo Fernando Gerardo Rodriguez.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you're here on charges of possession of liquor by a person under the age of 21 with a bond of $250, false ID given to a law enforcement, causing child to become delinquent or dependent or needy with a bond of $1,000 each, the use of a two-way communication device to commit a felony with a bond of $5,000, selling or giving alcohol to a person under the age of 21 with a bond of $250, traveling to meet after the use of a computer with a bond of $10,000, using a computer to seduce or lure a child with a bond of $10,000, and lewd and lascivious battery with a bond of $10,000. Additionally, if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You would have no contact with anyone under the age of 18. And you would not use any computer of any kind that has internet or intranet capabilities. Having said all that, sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Yeah. Tommy Ladner?
Sorry.
All right, Mr. Ladner, you're here on a failure to appear for a arraignment. The Honorable Judge Jonathan Flynn has determined you would be released on your own recognizance, as long as you can give us a good address. What's a good address for you?
I said, I got a good address. 814 North Kentucky.
In Lakeland?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's good enough for me. Do you need the public defender?
No, sir.
All right, good luck, sir.
All right.
Jerry Lee. Mr. Lee, you're here on charge of resisting officer without violence with a bond of $1,000, knowingly driving with license suspended or revoked, a charge of trespass, a bond of $250 as to each of those, and then 3 counts of violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Andrew Lockwood.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lockwood, you're here as a result of a warrant out of Hillsborough County for which you will be held no bond. We will set this for next Friday for a follow-up to see if Hillsborough's come and done what they're supposed to do. Good luck, sir. Giovanni Lopez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you're here on a charge of solicitation. The bond is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Brian Marquez Torres.
Yes.
Sir, you're here on charges of committing lewdness with a bond of $250 and battery with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Hiram Merritt. All right, Mr. Merritt, you are here on charges of authority figure soliciting or engaging in a romantic relationship with a student, lewd and lascivious conduct by a person 18 years of age or older. That particular charge is a first-degree felony. Your bond amount for that will be $25,000. As to the unlawful use of a two-way communication device, the bond will be of $5,000. And on the authority figure charge, where's that on there?
Judge, may I have a moment on that case, please?
Yes, sir.
My apologies. Judge, I don't know if that was an F1, that's a mandatory filing. Today being Friday, if you'll bear with me, I'm going to file a perfunctory motion for pretrial detention in that case.
All right.
That's mandatory.
Mr. Merritt, if you would just have a seat, we're going to come back to you in just a minute. Randall Meyer.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Meyer, you were here as a result of a failure to appear for an arraignment on a charge of public consumption. Your bond amount is $250. Is there 2 of those or just one? Yeah. Okay. So Judge Flynn has determined that both of those would be $250 fines. And do you want me to appoint an attorney to represent you, sir?
I'll put it out, I'm just getting a fine today.
Well, you're not pleading out today. The bond is $250 as to each of those charges.
Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. Yeah, I'll take it, please.
All right, then we will appoint an attorney to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Gage Mooney Ham. Sir, you're here on charge of possession of drug paraphernalia.
He's not able to attend today due to
Okay.
security reasons.
Thank you. Alexander Nedeljkovic?
Yes.
How do you really say your last name?
Nedeljkovic.
Okay. All right, sir, you're here on charge of solicitation. Your bond is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Trent Nixon.
Sir.
Sir, you're here on charges of fleeing or attempting to elude with a bond of $5,000, no valid driver's license with a bond of $250, resisting an officer without violence with a bond of $1,000, and reckless driving with a bond of $1,000. If you're able to bond out, there will be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition, and you would not drive any vehicle of any kind at any time whatsoever while on pretrial release. Additionally, sir, you're currently on active probation in 21 CF 6245. A standard warrant will be prepared. You will be held no bond on a violation of probation. For all of these things, sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
No, sir.
All right, good luck.
State's ready on Mr. Merritt when you are.
All right, if we can have Mr. Hiram Merritt come back forward, please. Counsel.
Judge, with regard to the lewd conduct charge, that being enough to one that is a mandatory filing, I have a motion for pretrial detention. I do not have a copy for counsel. I'll have to promise to provide that at a later time for may approach.
Yes, sir.
I'd ask the court to review that motion, and if the court finds it to be facially sufficient, the accused be held no bond pending a hearing on that motion. Should be set for hearing next Thursday at 1 o'clock on the A2 docket. Thank you.
So as to count 4, pursuant to the motion for pretrial detention, the defendant will be held no bond as to that charge. As to the charge of authority figure soliciting, the bond amount will be $10,000. And then unlawful use of a two-way communication device, the bond will be $5,000. If the defendant's able to bond out, there will be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition, have no contact with the alleged victim, nor anyone under the age of 18. Good luck, sir. Oh, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, can I ask if the record is reflecting the date of these hearings that they're having on the motions to detain is April 30th? Is that correct?
April 30th.
Okay, I just want to make sure because that can sometimes become an issue. Thank you.
Minor Perez?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you're here on charge of possession of cannabis and possession of narcotic paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each, and solicitation with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Shaquille Pratt?
Yes, sir.
Pratt, you're here on a charge of solicitation with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Dexter Pryor?
Yes, sir.
Pryor, you are here on a charge of solicitation with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Richard Reyes?
Yes, sir.
So you're here on a charge of solicitation. There's a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck. Todd Smith?
Yes, sir.
Yes, counsel.
With regard to the trafficking and amphetamine count, state's filing a motion for pretrial detention, providing a hard copy to presumptive counsel. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Respectfully request court review this motion for facial sufficiency, and if so found, hold the accused no bond pending the hearing on this motion. Please set next Thursday at 1 o'clock on the A2 docket. Thank you.
All right, then as it relates to the trafficking charge or pursuant to the motion for pretrial detention, the defendant will be held no bond as to that charge. As to the charge of possession of prescription drug without a prescription, the bond will be $250. Charges of possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia, and keeping a shop or vehicle for use of drugs, the bond will be $1,000 as to each of those. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
All right, then I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Patrick Tabb?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tabb, you're here for a charge of solicitation. Your bond is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you.
Thank you.
Ira Taylor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Taylor, you're here on a charge of solicitation. Your bond amount is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Devontae Young?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Young, you were here on a charge of solicitation. Your bond on that is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. What type of work do you do?
I'm a mechanic, automotive.
All right. On a weekly basis, how much do you make as a mechanic?
Okay.
All right. Do you have anyone who depends on you for support? A wife, a spouse of some type, children, Animals at your home, anything?
Yeah,
Okay, well, and what is it? I listed a lot of things there, but,
I got animals at the house.
oh, okay. And do you have any source of income other than your employment, like stocks, bonds, a antique car collection, anything like that?
Nope.
All right, then I think you will qualify for the public defender, so I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
All right, thank you.
That's all we have, Judge.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I can assure you, we've all read it, so please don't read it to us.
Ms. Corporal, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge, according to law, your duties as an interpreter to the best of your ability, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. I do. Good morning, Mr. Andre. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information and preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Tucko.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Favor de decir su nombre y número del confinado para el registro.
Alex Andrade, 4393 días.
Alex Andrade, 4390.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Alex Andrade, 439310. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after serving 4 years, followed by 10 years probation for sexual assault second, victim age 13 to 15, after more than 3 years older. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for 10 years. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 21st, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voices and he works as a janitor. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, this offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Andrade, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Buenos días, señora Andrade. Soy la oficial de libertad condicional Logan. Hoy es viernes 24 de abril 2026 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro certifican que han recibido todos los documentos exigidos por la ley y la información pertinente disponible para la preparación de esta audiencia. La presidenta Nancy Turner y miembros de la Junta Alex Argov y Joy Chance. Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la solicitud de libertad condicional de Alex Andrade, número de confinado 439310. Él está cumpliendo una condena de 10 años de prisión con ejecución suspendida después de servir 4 años de prisión, seguido por 10 años de libertad provisional por agresión sexual en segundo grado con una víctima de entre 13 a 15 años de edad y el autor siendo más de 3 años mayor que la víctima. Él también debe de permanecer en el registro de ofensores sexuales por 10 años o durante 10 años. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional de mayo 21, 2025. No hay testimonio de la víctima en este caso. Hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y muestra que el ofensor ha completado los siguientes programas. El programa de nombre Voices y también trabaja como conserje. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgos de ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor en el SRT se encuentra dentro del rango bajo de riesgo de reincidencia. Utilizando el Static 99R, el puntaje general del ofensor para reincidencia de ofensa sexual cae dentro del rango bajo a moderado. Señora Andrade, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué cree usted que se le debe conceder la libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
¿Cómo está? Buenos días a todos. Primeramente, me siento culpable de lo que hice y espero no hacerlo nunca más. Estoy tratando de salir adelante de lo que hice y quisiera que me den una oportunidad para estar afuera y comenzar una nueva vida.
Well, first of all, good morning to everyone. And first of all, I feel really guilty for what I've done. I hope to never do it again. I'm trying to move forward with my life, and I hope that you give me the opportunity to be released so I can start a new life.
También necesito estar afuera porque necesito cuidar a mi mamá. Ella es discapacitada y necesito estar al lado de ella.
Also, I need to be released because I need to take care of my mom. She is disabled and I need to take care of her.
All right, Mr. Andrade, we're going to ask questions of you and then we will discuss your case and make a decision this morning. But I do need to tell you that your desire to be out and help your mother is not a reason for us to grant you parole. That's why you want it, but it's not a reason. We need to determine whether you're suitable.
Bien, señora Andrade, entonces vamos a proceder con hacerle preguntas que hemos preparado basado en los documentos que están disponibles y después haremos una pequeña reunión donde discutiremos el caso para poder darle nuestra decisión. Tengo que dejarle saber, señora Andrade, que su deseo de ser puesto en libertad para ayudar a su mamá es una razón por la cual usted quiere estar afuera, pero no necesariamente quiere decir que es la razón por la cual nosotros debamos otorgarle la libertad condicional. Tenemos que ver si usted es apto para que se le otorgue la libertad condicional.
We'll begin the questions with my colleague, Mr. Zarkov.
Vamos a comenzar las preguntas con mi colega, el señor Zarkov.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Andrade.
Buenos días, señora
¿Cómo está?
Andrade.
Buenos días.
How are you? Good morning.
Thank you. Why do you think you committed this offense?
Gracias. Buenos días. ¿Por qué cree usted que ha cometido este delito?
Por ser imprudente en la vida, no sabía lo que hacía. No, ¿qué más puedo decir? No puedo decir eso porque es algo que pasó rápido y por imprudente.
Well, We're not thinking. I didn't know what I was doing. I really don't know what to say. It's something that happened so fast. So, I mean, it was done without thinking. We're not thinking.
Did you know it was illegal?
¿Sabía usted que era ilegal?
Disculpe la pregunta.
Sorry, what was the question?
Did you know it was illegal?
¿Sabía usted que era ilegal?
Sí,
Yes.
And why is it illegal?
¿Y por qué es ilegal?
porque es una menor de edad.
Because she's underage.
Right. Children cannot consent, right?
Eso es correcto. Los menores de edad, ellos no pueden consentir a algo así.
How do you think the victim was impacted?
¿Cómo piensa usted que esto le afectó a la víctima?
Mucho, creo que yo pienso que lo afectó mucho porque es una menor de edad y aún todavía no puede decidir lo que ella quiere.
A lot. I think it affected her a lot because she's underage and she still can't decide what she wants.
Do you have any plans to see the victim when you're released?
¿Tiene usted planes de ver a la víctima cuando sea puesto en libertad?
No.
No.
What happens if you see the victim in the community?
¿Qué va a pasar si usted ve a la víctima en la comunidad?
Me alejaré lo que más pueda para no tener contacto con ella.
I will try and stay as far as possible that I can. I will not have contact with her.
Okay, during your incarceration, you have not received any disciplinary reports. That's good.
Muy bien, durante su encarcelamiento usted no ha recibido ningún reporte de mala conducta, lo cual es bueno.
What did you learn from the Voices program?
¿Qué fue lo que usted aprendió del programa de Voices?
Los casos de crímenes que hay.
In the controversial practitioner.
What did you learn from the Voices program?
¿Qué es lo que aprendió del programa de Voices?
Los casos de crímenes que lo que no hay que hacer.
The crime cases, like what you're not supposed to do.
Like what?
¿Cómo qué?
¿Cómo se llama? Víctimas que sufren sobre los maltratos.
About victims that suffer abuse.
And you have not completed problem sexual behavior treatment, but you know you'll have to do that in the community, right?
Muy bien, usted no ha completado un programa que ayuda con los problemas de comportamientos sexuales, pero usted sabe que usted necesitará completar eso en la comunidad, ¿correcto?
Sí,
yes.
Correcto.
Correct.
Can you talk about your release plan?
¿Puede usted hablarme acerca del plan que tiene usted una vez que se ha puesto en libertad?
Sí, lo primero, si es que ustedes me permiten para salir afuera, lo hiciera hiciera bien las cosas, primeramente, buscar un trabajo, y seguir adelante con mi vida sin hacer nada malo a nadie.
Well, yes, if you allow me to be released, I will try and do things correctly. I will try to look for a job and move forward with my life without hurting someone or harming anyone.
Who do you have for support in the community?
¿A quién tiene usted en la comunidad como apoyo?
A mi tía,
My aunt,
Eva Andrade.
Eva Andrade.
Anyone else?
¿Alguien más?
Sí, tengo algunas familias que me apoyan acá, sí, son algunos.
Yes, I do have other family members that don't support me, some of them.
Do you get visits? Do you talk to anyone on your tablet?
¿Ha recibido usted visitas o habla usted con alguien en su tableta?
Una visita tuve con una tía y le llamo más a mi tía, a mi tía, y como mi mamá está en Ecuador, lo llamo también allá cuando se puede, porque a veces las llamadas para Ecuador no sirven. Y nada más, sobre eso lo que me comunico.
I did have a visit from an aunt, but mainly I call my aunt on the tablet, and also when I'm able to, since my mom lives in Ecuador, I call my mom whenever the tablet is working. Sometimes they don't work, and that's pretty much it.
Can you tell us how you've changed from this incarceration?
¿Puede usted decirnos cómo ha cambiado después de esta encarcelación?
Sí, he cambiado mucho porque antes no veía las cosas que son malas, y ahora veo todo lo que acá adentro cuando estoy aquí, estoy viendo todo lo que uno no hay que hacer y portarse bien en la vida y ser, ¿cómo se llama? Más tranquilos.
Yes, I've changed a lot because before I couldn't see the things that were wrong or that were bad. And now that I've been in here, I do see those. I see what you're not supposed to do. I see what you are supposed to do. I, try and be a good person in life.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's all I have.
Thank you. So, Mr. Andrade, this was your cousin that you victimized, violated. She was 12 years old. So when you came to the U.S. and started living in her home with her mother, she was what, 9 or 10?
Muy bien, señora Andrade. Esta persona a la cual usted victimizó era su propia prima, su propia prima que tenía 12 años. Usted llegó aquí a los Estados Unidos, usted llegó y se alojó en la casa, en la vivienda de esta familia. Su prima en ese momento, cuando usted llegó, tenía como ¿cuántos? 9, 10 años.
9 años, sí, como que 9 o 10, no estoy mal.
9 years old, maybe 10. I don't think I'm wrong.
So you met her as a child, and when you were interviewed by the parole officer, you said you knew it was wrong. So you knew it was wrong before you took the Voices class, and you claimed that you were in love with the victim. Is that your excuse for violating her?
Muy bien, entonces usted cuando la conoció, ella era una niña. Cuando tuvo su entrevista con la oficial de libertad condicional, usted dijo que usted sabía que lo que había hecho estaba mal, estaba incorrecto. Entonces usted sabía que eso era algo incorrecto antes de que tomara usted el programa de Voices. Entonces, también usted dijo o reportó que usted estaba enamorado o se había enamorado de la víctima. ¿Esa es la excusa que usted tiene para haberla abusado o victimizado?
No, realmente puedo decir, nos enamoramos, no sé si ella o pues por mí, yo me enamoré de ella y fuimos novios.
Well, no, not really. Well, we fell in love. Well, I don't know if she fell in love with me, but I fell in love with her, and we were boyfriend and girlfriend.
You were 27 years old, sir.
Señor, usted tiene 27 años de edad.
It's hard for me to understand your thinking. You claim that this was you not thinking, but this was a deliberate choice you made to isolate this victim so that you could violate her. I found your answer to my colleague's question about the impact on the victim lacking. Can you say anything more about how you harmed her other than to say a lot?
Muy bien, señor. La verdad es que para mí es bastante difícil comprenderle, o comprender cómo es su pensamiento de usted. Usted dice o reporta que no estaba pensando, pero me parece que fue una decisión deliberada, a donde usted alejó a esta víctima para mantenerla sola, para poder abusarla. Entonces, escuché el reporte que le dio, la explicación que le dio a mi colega acerca del impacto que esto ha tenido en la víctima. ¿Podría usted decirme algo más acerca de qué impacto o cómo es que esto le afectó a la víctima, aparte de decir mucho?
Sí, el impacto también puede ser, es en la escuela, tal vez cuando, ¿cómo puedo decir? En la escuela puede ser que también está mal ella. Y no tengo palabras con cómo expresarme para ver cómo está ella, cómo.
Well, yes, I guess in school, how can I say it? In school, I'm guessing maybe she's doing bad. Really, I have no words to express to see how she's doing, how she is.
Well, you were somebody who is a family member. You were a little older than her, considerably older than her. She probably looked up to you and trusted you. So you violated all of that trust and the trust of your family, which is why your support system consists of just one aunt at this point. And you're aware that you have an active deportation order?
Muy bien, entonces usted era un miembro familiar, era miembro familiar de ella, de su familia. Usted tenía un poco más años que ella, bueno, en realidad algunos años, considerablemente algunos años más que ella, donde usted, se puede decir, traicionó la confianza que ella y su familia ponían en usted. Por eso es que ahorita su apoyo, el sistema de apoyo consiste de una tía en ese momento. ¿Sabía usted también que tiene usted orden de retención o una orden de deportación?
Sí, sí lo sé.
Okay. So if you were granted today or when you go out end of sentence, you'll be sent back to Ecuador.
Entonces, cuando usted salga, si es que se le otorga el día de hoy o cuando haya usted completado su sentencia, su condena, si es que cuando usted salga, será deportado a Ecuador.
So, Mr. Andrade, in your opening statement, you said that you feel guilty, but you didn't actually apologize to the victim. And when you were before the judge at sentencing, you didn't speak. So is there something that you might want to offer to the victim and her family by way of an apology at today's hearing?
Muy bien, señora Andrade, cuando usted comenzó su testimonio, usted dijo que se sentía usted culpable. Sin embargo, no pidió disculpas a la víctima. Cuando se le dijo su sentencia, cuando estaba frente a los jueces, usted decidió no hablar. Entonces, quería yo saber si en este momento usted quiere ofrecerle una disculpa a la víctima y a la familia.
Sí, estoy arrepentido de lo que hice. Espero que ellos me perdonen lo que he hecho, porque el impacto también no solamente es de ella, sino toda la familia. Quisiera que, especialmente ella, que me perdone por lo que le he hecho. Y quisiera que esto nunca más suceda.
Yes, I'm sorry. I regret what I've done. I hope that she is able to forgive me. Well, really the whole family, because this hasn't just impacted her, it's impacted the whole family. So I hope that they forgive me for what I've done, and I hope to never do it again.
So that's the second time you said you hope you won't do it again. What that means to me, Mr. Andrade, is that you have a lot of work to do on yourself. You need to understand why you would commit this crime against a child, because until you understand why, you probably, aren't in a position to prevent reoffending. So I hope you'll do that work on yourself, whether it's here or in your home country. And the last thing I'll say to you is that what comes before forgiveness is an apology. So I'm glad you made that first step. Ms. Chance, any questions?
I'm sure you asked most of the ones I had, but I just had one question. Mr. Andrade, have you ever been in a relationship with someone closer to your age?
Muy bien, señor Andrade. Entonces, esta es la segunda vez que dice que usted desea o espera no volverlo a hacer de nuevo, lo cual a mí me quiere decir que todavía tiene un trabajo que hacer en sí mismo. Hasta que usted no pueda comprender por qué es que hizo usted eso, por qué cometió un delito así contra una menor de edad, una niña, no va a poder tratar de prevenir a que no pueda usted volver a cometer este mismo delito. Entonces, espero que tome usted tiempo para trabajar en sí mismo, ya sea aquí o en su país de origen, su país natal. Entonces, también le quería yo decir otra cosa, lo quiero dejar con esto, a donde le voy a decir que antes de que llegue el perdón, se necesita una disculpa. Entonces, le agradezco que el día de hoy haya dado una disculpa. Esas son todas las preguntas que yo tengo para usted. Quería saber si mi colega Chance tiene alguna pregunta para usted. La colega Chance dijo sí y dijo lo siguiente: señora Andrade, quería yo saber si usted en el pasado ha tenido una relación amorosa con alguien que ha estado más cercano a su edad.
Sí,
Yes.
tenía una relación, cuando antes de llegar acá tenía una relación.
Before getting here, before arriving here, I was in a relationship.
So why wouldn't you know that having a relationship with a 12-year-old is not appropriate?
Entonces, ¿por qué no sabría usted que estar en una relación con una niña de 12 años es una relación inapropiada?
Disculpe la pregunta.
I'm sorry, what was the question? I can repeat. Es porque si usted había estado en una relación antes con alguien de su edad o cercana a su edad, ¿por qué no sabía usted que estar en una relación con una menor de edad, una niña de 12 años, era algo inapropiado, era algo mal?
Porque fui imprudente, no pensé bien las cosas.
Because I was not thinking rationally, I didn't think the things through.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set.
Está bien, gracias.
We're going to discuss your case at this point. Please don't interrupt.
Vamos a hablar de su caso. Por favor, no interrumpa.
Mr. Sarkoff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Andrade is here on a very serious offense, sexual assault, the second degree. He seems to understand that what he's done is wrong. Don't know if he understands really why he committed this offense, but he does have a lot of work to do there, as well as understanding the impact on the victim also. He does rate low for risk of recidivism, completed the Voices program, has no disciplinary reports during his incarceration, and this is his first conviction. He still has problem sexual behavior treatment that he needs to do. I will support his discretionary parole. That'll be about a year. Or also you can do, get a head start, get start with problem sexual behavior treatment in the community. But that's why
And you feel that way even though he has a detainer and will be deported?
if he is deported, he's deported.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that your interest in him completing the program will probably not come to fruition.
It might not.
It's the documentation we have is recently dated and active, and I did confirm that there are still no Spanish-speaking groups for sex offenders in DOC. Where are you, Ms. Chance?
So I'm a bit ambivalent on this because I do know that he has the detainer and they will deport him back. And my concern was because this is a young relative and he said he was in love with the victim. It's very concerning. Under normal circumstances, I would have said no, but I'm agreeing with Mr. Sarkov to grant him today.
Okay.
There are Spanish programs that he can take until it's time for him to go.
Muy bien, entonces, ¿cómo usted o cuál es lo que usted quiere decidir, señor Sarkov? El señor Sarkov indicó que lo que ha cometido es una ofensa bastante seria, a donde usted está cumpliendo una sentencia de agresión sexual en segundo grado. Y parece entender que lo que hizo está mal. No sé si es que usted puede entender por qué es que ha cometido tal delito. Tiene que trabajar en sí mismo. También no sabemos exactamente si en realidad comprende el impacto que ha tenido esto en la víctima. Ha completado el programa de Voices y no tiene usted ningún reporte de mala conducta o de infracción, lo cual eso cuenta. Es su primera sentencia, su primera condena. Todavía no ha completado el tratamiento de problemas de conducta sexual, pero esperamos que pueda completar eso en la comunidad y pueda trabajar en esto. Yo apoyo de que se le otorgue una libertad condicional discrecional, ya que tendría un año para trabajar en sí mismo y completar los programas que no ha completado. La señora Chance sabe que tiene usted una orden de retención para ser deportado y hay preocupación de que no pueda completar los programas que se le han indicado completar para que usted pueda mejorar a sí mismo, ya que es probable que se le deporte una vez que sea usted liberado. Entonces, hay preocupación de la señora Chile de que esta relación que usted mantuvo fue con una niña de 12 años y que usted dice haber estado o está enamorado de la víctima, lo cual es algo un poco preocupante. Ante circunstancias normales, diría que no, pero en esta instancia estoy inclinada a estar de acuerdo con el señor Sarkov.
All right, so conditions, Mr. Sarkov? I have problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors, parole to his detainer, halfway house, which we always include with the detainer stip, no contact with victim JC, and enhanced device monitoring.
Yep, gonna have the rest.
Yeah.
All right, so in the matter of Alex Andrade, inmate number 4393, before I make the motion, why don't you? I'm sorry. In the matter of Alex Andre, inmate number 439310. There's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of April 24th, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision. You're to be paroled to your detainer, halfway house placement if needed. You're to engage in problem sexual behavior treatment in the community. You're to have no contact with minors and no contact with the victim initials JC, and subject to enhanced internet and device monitoring. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Muy bien, entonces en el caso de Alex Andrade, el número de confinado 439310, se hace una moción para otorgarle la libertad condicional, ya sea en la fecha de hoy o después de la fecha de hoy, que es abril 24, 2026. Las condiciones estipuladas para la libertad condicional son las siguientes. No va a poder tener contacto con menores de edad, necesita ser puesto o ingresar a una casa de transición, no puede tener contacto con la víctima, las iniciales de la víctima JC. También se le va a poner en libertad condicional, pero con una orden de detención. Entonces se le liberará a esa orden de detención que tiene usted ya puesta o está vigente, supervisión enforzada de dispositivos con conexión a la internet, al igual que también va usted a completar el tratamiento de problemas de conducta sexual. Todos los que están, tengo un segundo, todos en favor, todos.
This concludes the parole hearing for Alex Andrade, 439310.
Esto concluye la audiencia de Alex Andrade, 439310.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much to everyone.
Ya ha terminado, puede marcharse.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Do we want to do the steps for Jones?
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026. This is a case review for Sean Anthony Jones, 267135 of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Sarkoff.
Joy Chance. Mr. Jones is serving 14 years, followed by 6 years special parole for sexual assault, spouse or cohabitant, and strangulation or suffocation first degree. Mr. Jones has waived his discretionary parole, and this hearing is being conducted to set special parole stipulations. At this time, the panel will now deliberate and set special parole stipulations.
So in the matter of Sean Jones, inmate number 267135, I make a motion to set the following conditions for his 6 years of special parole. Problem sexual behavior treatment, behavior management for domestic violence, no consumption of alcohol, halfway house placement, and no contact with victim initials KJ. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
This concludes the case review hearing. It sets special parole stipulations for Sean Anthony Jones, 267. If you ever paid for domestic violence, alcohol, halfway house placement, no victim. Did you say it's her?
No, KJ. I just said her initials.
All right. No, but no other stipulations, just those.
Right.
Thank you. Ms. Corporal, please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Laureano. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Sarkov.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Favor de decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
David Laureano, 444203.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for David Laureano, 444203. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after serving 4 years, followed by 12 years probation for illegal sexual contact, victim less than 16, and sexual assault third, intercourse with kindred. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for 10 years. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 11th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that he is enrolled in ESL classes and he works in the kitchen. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Laureano, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Buenos días, señor Laureano. Soy la oficial de libertad condicional Logan. Hoy es viernes, abril 24, 2026, y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro certifican que han revisado todos los documentos exigidos por la ley y la información pertinente disponible para la preparación de esta audiencia. La presidenta Nancy Turner y miembros de la Junta, Alex Sarkov y Joy Chance. Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la solicitud de libertad condicional de David Laureano, número de confinado 444203. Él está cumpliendo una condena de 15 años de prisión con ejecución suspendida después de servir 4 años de prisión, seguido de 12 años de libertad provisional por contacto sexual ilícito con una víctima menor de 16 años y agresión sexual en tercer grado, incluyendo relaciones sexuales con un miembro familiar. Él debe permanecer en el registro de ofensores sexuales durante 10 años. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional de abril 11, 2025. No hay testimonio de víctimas en este caso, pero hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y muestra que el ofensor ha completado los siguientes programas. El programa de ESL, que es la inscripción en clases de inglés como segunda lengua, y trabaja en la cocina. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación del riesgo de ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor en el SRT se encuentra dentro del rango bajo de riesgo de reincidencia. Utilizando el SCARIC 99R, el puntaje general del ofensor para reincidencia de ofensas sexuales cae dentro del rango bajo a moderado. Señor Laureano, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué cree usted que se le debe otorgar o conceder la libertad condicional. Usted puede comenzar.
¿Puedo decirlo en papel, verdad? ¿Puedo leído?
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you. We received a letter from you and we've all read it and we don't need you to read it to us. But if you have something brief that you want to say before we ask you questions, you may do so.
Bueno, le quería yo interrumpir porque hemos recibido el papel que usted escribió. Todos nosotros lo hemos leído. Entonces ya leímos su carta. No es necesario que usted la lea a nosotros, pero si tiene algo breve que agregar, puede hacerlo antes de que comencemos a hacerle preguntas.
Ya no sé, ya la leyeron, pues no sé qué decir porque por lo menos me expresé ahí un poco, ¿sabes? De lo que sentía, de lo que siento, porque me deben dar la libertad condicional.
Well, if you've already read it, then I don't know what to say. I just wrote it to express what I was feeling in hopes that you can give me parole.
Okay, well, it's a process, sir, where we have to find you suitable to be finishing the 4 years of your sentence you have to serve out in the community before you begin 12 years of probation. And we base that on any indications of change, insight, and rehabilitation.
Muy bien, señor. Es un proceso. Entonces, es un proceso a donde nosotros tenemos que encontrarle apto para que usted termine sus 4 años que le quedan en su condena en la comunidad antes de comenzar su periodo de los 12 años de libertad provisional. Entonces, es un proceso que hay que hacer.
So we're going to take turns asking you questions based on the documents that were available to us. And then we will discuss your case and make a decision. Do you have any questions before we begin?
Muy bien, entonces nosotros vamos a tomar turnos haciéndole preguntas que hemos preparado basados en los documentos que se nos han hecho disponibles. Nosotros, una vez que terminamos haciéndole las preguntas, vamos a hablar acerca del caso para darle nuestra decisión. Una vez, ¿tiene usted algunas preguntas antes de que nosotros comencemos?
No.
No.
Okay, so I'll begin with the questions. And I want to make sure you understand that your end of sentence is next March. So we're talking about, 10 months difference between granting you discretionary parole and your end of sentence date. You do have 12 years of probation and 10 years on the sex offender registry ahead of you for these crimes that are extremely concerning. We know that there are no Spanish-led groups in the facility specific to sexual offenders. So you haven't been able to do that, but you've done well with a kitchen job and your ESL studies, and you've had no disciplinary issues.
Muy bien, entonces yo voy a decir primero, quiero asegurarme de que usted entienda que la fecha que está para el final de su condena es para el próximo marzo. Entonces estamos hablando de una diferencia, se puede decir que es aproximadamente de 10 meses en donde se le otorga la libertad condicional discrecional y la fecha de final de su condena. Después de eso también usted tiene a seguir los 12 años de libertad provisional, al igual que también tiene usted que mantenerse en el registro de ofensores sexuales por 10 años. Por los crímenes o el delito que usted ha cometido, los cuales pues son preocupantes. También nosotros entendemos desde que no hay grupos en la instalación en español que son específicos a ofensores de delitos sexuales. Pero usted ha hecho un buen trabajo en la cocina, al igual que también en los estudios de el ESL y no tiene usted ningún reporte disciplinario, lo cual es bueno.
So whether or not you're granted discretionary parole or you go out into sentence to probation, you will be required to do problem sexual behavior treatment in the community.
Entonces, ya sea que a usted se le otorgue la libertad condicional o salga usted al final de su condena, usted tendrá que completar el programa de problemas de conducta sexual basado en la comunidad.
It's important for you to understand that you have 9 years of this 15-year sentence hanging over your head when you go out to probation. You violate your conditions of probation, and you could be made to serve those 9 years in prison. You also have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2045, and that's a full no contact order.
Muy bien, entonces es importante de que usted entienda que tiene estos 9 años pendientes o suspendidos una vez que usted salga, porque tuvo usted una condena de 15 años, lo cual quiere decir que si en algún momento usted viola las condiciones de su libertad condicional, usted será puesto de regreso a la cárcel o en prisión para que usted termine de completar la sentencia original. También es importante que usted entienda que hay una orden penal de protección que sigue vigente y está vigente hasta la fecha de marzo 5, 2045.
I spoke in error. You actually have 11 years of the sentence hanging over your head. My math skills at this hour of the morning are not what I hoped they would be.
Y le dije erróneamente que tenía 9 años, pero en realidad lo que a usted le queda todavía son 11 años. Entonces, lo siento, mis matemáticas en la mañana no son muy buenas.
All right, sir. So you admit that you committed these crimes?
Bueno, señor, usted entonces ha dicho que usted cometió estos delitos.
Es correcto.
That's correct.
So I read different statements from you about the circumstances under which you violated your own daughter, and they include you saying that it seemed like she wanted it. Can you tell me what that means?
Muy bien, señor. He leído varios reportes o declaraciones de usted y de las circunstancias en las que usted abusó de su propia hija. En algún momento usted indicó que ella lo quería o que ella también lo quería. ¿Puede usted decirme qué quiere decir con eso?
Pensé que, ¿sabes? Como que ella como que me decía que no me veía como un padre, ¿sabes? Y eso para mí pues fue lo que me motivó a cometer lo que cometí, ¿sabes? Cual yo sé que y asumo la responsabilidad de lo que cometí, ¿sabes qué?
Well, it's just that I thought, well, she would say to me that she didn't see me as a father. So I think that's what allowed me or led me to do what I did. You know I take responsibility.
But you were 38, 39 years old. You knew she was one of your 6 children, and you violated her anyway. Why?
Pero usted tenía 38, 39 años. Usted sabía que ella era una de sus hijas o una de sus 6 hijos que usted tiene y de todas maneras abusó de ella. ¿Por qué?
Lo mismo me quisiera preguntar yo por qué hice eso. Eso fue como un abrir y cerrar de ojos lo que pasó y me pregunto yo por qué también, ¿sabes?
Well, I ask myself the same thing. I ask myself the same thing. It just happened in the blink of an eye. So I ask myself the same thing.
But, sir, this wasn't a one-off. This was repeated victimization in a sexual manner against your own child.
Señor, pero no fue solamente una vez. Esto fue algo que pasó repetidamente a donde usted victimizó sexualmente a su propia hija.
Eso es verdad, pero no sé, en verdad, no sé qué pasó conmigo ahí en esos momentos, no sé. Realmente sí, yo necesito ayuda, necesito ayuda. Porque esto no es normal.
That is true. I don't know what happened with me at that time. I just don't know what happened. I do need help. You're right. I need help because this is just.
This is what?
Esto es que.
¿Cómo es?
I'm sorry.
You said this is, you need help because this is, but you didn't finish the sentence.
Bueno, usted dijo que usted necesita ayuda porque esto es, pero ya no terminó su sentencia, ya no terminó de decir lo que iba a decir.
¿Sabes? Que esto no es normal, ¿sabes? Que esto necesito ayuda porque quién, ¿sabes? Que quién hace, ¿sabes? ¿Quién abusa de su hija? ¿Sabes? Que no es normal, ¿sabes? Esto, yo necesito ayuda.
That this is not normal. I do need help. I need help because who does that? Who abuses their own child? I do need help.
Mm-hmm. It's not only not normal, sir, it's criminal.
No solamente no es normal, pero es ilegal.
Do you have a problem with alcohol?
¿Tiene usted problemas con el alcohol?
Tenía.
I had.
And you were drinking these different times that you committed these crimes?
¿Y usted estaba bebiendo estas veces que diferentes o estas veces que usted cometió estos delitos?
Es correcto.
That's correct.
Did you drink to allow yourself to be inappropriate with your daughter?
¿Usted bebía para permitirse tener este comportamiento inapropiado con su propia hija?
No.
No.
So what have you done to address your problem with alcohol?
¿Qué es lo que ha hecho para ayudarle con el problema del alcohol?
Antes de estar preso, pues llevaba como un año sin tomar, pero porque vi que ya el alcohol me estaba trayendo problemas en mi vida, en el sentido de con mi relación, ¿sabes? Sentimental, con mi relación, ¿sabes? Y empecé a dejar el alcohol, ¿sabes? No creo que empecé a dejarlo, creo que no era una buena opción seguir bebiendo.
Well, before I was incarcerated, I had already been about a year without drinking because I had already noticed that it was causing problems in my life, meaning that it was causing problems in a relationship I was in. So I started to leave alcohol behind to where I was not drinking anymore.
In one account, you attribute being blacked out to the crime that you committed. That's the condition you were in. That is a sign of someone who is a problem drinker. So abstaining may not be enough for you to handle a problem with alcohol. You may need treatment, you may need ongoing recovery practices.
Muy bien, entonces en una ocasión usted atribuyó a lo que sucedió a cuando dijo que se nubló, se cegó. Entonces esto puede ser una señal de personas que tienen problemas con el alcohol. Entonces puede ser que la abstinencia al alcohol no pueda ser lo suficiente para que usted pueda manejar sus problemas sin tener que beber alcohol. Puede ser que usted necesite ayuda adicional de algún tratamiento de alcoholismo o de algún tipo de programa de recuperación o rehabilitación.
Creo que sí, claro.
I think so. I think that would be a good plan.
Mm-hmm. It's not, alcoholism isn't about having willpower. It's a disease that has to be attended to through treatment and programming and active efforts at recovery.
Muy bien, la enfermedad de alcoholismo no solamente es acerca de tener la fuerza de voluntad, sino que es una enfermedad que requiere tratamiento, programas y, claro, un esfuerzo activo para mantenerse sin consumir bebidas alcohólicas.
So in court, when you were before the judge, you didn't speak. Is there anything you might want to offer to the victim of your crimes by way of an apology in case they or their family members are listening?
Muy bien, cuando usted compareció frente al juez en el tribunal, en la corte, usted no habló. ¿A usted le gustaría ofrecerle una disculpa a la víctima por si ya sea ella o miembros de familiares están escuchando?
Claro que sí, y profundamente. Johnny, si tú me estás escuchando, de verdad te pido perdón, de verdad de corazón. Yo sé que esto no se le hace a un padre, tú no le haces a un hijo. Y te pido, ¿verdad?, que me perdones, algún día me vas a perdonar. Yo sé que te di mucho, pero perdóname, Johnny. Perdóname, yo no quise hacer esto, en verdad no quise hacerlo.
Yes, of course, wholeheartedly or deeply. Yonelis, if you're listening to me, I wholeheartedly apologize to you. I know that a father does not do this to his own child. So please, I hope that you can forgive me one day. I know that I hurt you. I know that I hurt you a lot. And I really do hope that you can forgive me one day. I didn't know what I was doing.
That was very appropriate apology, sir, but I think the part where you said you didn't know what you were doing is in fact a lie. You told this child not to tell other people. You wanted her to keep it a secret, so you knew that what you were doing was a crime.
Esta disculpa fue bastante apropiada, señor, pero esa parte donde usted dijo que no sabía lo que estaba haciendo, dijo que eso no es verdad, porque usted le dijo a esta niña que no le dijera a gente o a personas lo que estaba sucediendo, que lo manteniera en secreto. Entonces yo pienso que usted sabía que esto era un crimen.
Sí, lo reconozco.
So you have children, young children, 12, 11, 3. Do you know where those children are?
Señor, usted que tiene otros hijos de edades de 10, 12, 3 años, ¿sabe usted dónde están?
No, sé que están, yo sé que están aquí en los estados, creo que están en Massachusetts, creo. Y los...
Okay, all right. That's best that, you know, you're not going to be allowed under supervision to have contact with minors. Certainly not unsupervised.
No, está bien, sí, no se preocupe. De todas maneras, usted no va a estar permitido tener contacto con menores de edad sin supervisión.
Ms. Chance, any questions?
Señora Chance, preguntas? I really don't, Madam Chair, because I think through your questioning, you've answered most of what I had here.
Terrific.
No tengo preguntas, señora presidenta, porque a través de sus preguntas se respondieron muchas de las preguntas que yo tenía.
Mr. Sarkov?
Señor Sarkov, no.
All right, so we're done with questions. We're going to discuss your case. Please don't interrupt.
Muy bien, entonces ya hemos terminado con las preguntas. Vamos a hablar acerca de su caso. Por favor, no interrumpa.
So this case isn't all that different than the prior. We're looking at no DRs, no periods of supervision, repeat sexual offenses, and no programming. I find it particularly concerning that the victim in this case was blood relative. You know, for all intents and purposes, this was incest. I'm glad that Mr. Loreno has had the opportunity to issue an apology that hopefully at some point the victim will know about. You know, it concerns me that there were various, and I'll call them excuses, offered It was his oldest child and he hadn't seen her in a while. He claims she provoked him, that she wanted it, that she didn't see him as a father, and that he blacked out. Those were among the excuses that I read about. It's a good thing that he has a long period of probation to follow, as well as 10 years on the sexual offender registry. He hasn't done even the Voices program during this period of incarceration, but he is working on his English. As I pointed out, he has 10 months left on this sentence, and I'm going to vote to deny him discretionary parole today. I think the facts of the case are just quite concerning, and that he still struggles to accept responsibility and fully appreciate why he committed these crimes. Mr. Zarkoff?
Gentleman's exactly the same place.
I agree, Madam Chair. His different messages during his interview with the parole officer, for me, was extremely concerning, because I don't know how a 38-year-old man can say that his young daughter consented to having sex with him.
Yeah, there is no consent in this case, and
exactly,
and we didn't even touch on how the case came to light,
right?
Because she was so harmed. So I have nature and circumstances, inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. Anything to add? In the matter of David Loreno, inmate number 444203, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your crimes, your inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied.
Muy bien, entonces en el caso de David Laureano, número de confinado 444203, se hace una moción para denegar la libertad condicional por las siguientes razones: la naturaleza o las circunstancias del delito actual y participación insuficiente en el programa institucional y pruebas insuficientes de cambio del ofensor. ¿Todos de acuerdo? Todo, entonces se le ha negado la libertad condicional.
This concludes the oral hearing for David Laureano, 444203.
Esto concluye la audiencia de David Laureano, número de confinado 444203. Ha terminado. Ya ha terminado, puede marcharse.
Ok, gracias. Gracias por la oportunidad, de todas maneras.
Thank you for the opportunity. Have a nice day.
Daisy.
Right.
We can't afford these long breaks for them to bring the next. Okay.
Yes.
Remember when we used to sit out there in the hearing, and the victims would have to come in through the magnetometer and sit in the same room to speak from the offender?
Hello, you got Mr. Camacho now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, let us know when.
Ready? Good morning, Mr. Camacho.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Good morning, Alex Tarkoff.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Luis Camacho, 436683.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Luis Camacho, 436683. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after serving 6 years, followed by 5 years probation for assault first, serious physical injury, and assault second. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 2nd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that he has completed anger management, inside out bag, voices, tier 2, and he works in the recreation room as a janitor. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Camacho, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Anything you want to say, sir?
Well, I believe I taken accountability for I took accountability for my actions. I know what I did was wrong. And I know my actions not only have an impact on me, but those around me as well. And I learned discipline since I've been incarcerated, patience. And if I'm granted parole, I'm committed to making better decisions when I go home.
And if you're not granted parole, you're not committed to making better decisions?
Oh, absolutely I am. Even while I'm incarcerated, I'm still making better decisions. I've been ticket free for over 2 years. I've been doing what I gotta do while I'm incarcerated, and I will continue to do so.
Sounds good. All right, Mr. Camacho, we're gonna take turns asking you questions based on the documents that were available for us to read. We developed those questions. And what I want to say to you is that your end of sentence in the beginning of December. So we are talking about a 6-month difference here on your eligibility at 85%. So, don't keep the perspective that this is just that amount of time that we're discussing for you on the possibility of discretionary parole. We're going to begin questions this morning with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Camacho. So
Hello,
I
Ms.
wanted
Chance.
to, I read that you received the sentence modification in July of 2023.
Correct.
Do you remember what was the reason for your request for the sentence modification?
For my sentence modification, I have asked for probation time off and suspended time off. I was currently looking at 13 years suspended and 5 years probation. I didn't ask for no time off because since I'm at the end of my bid, I was looking for future reference, so I won't have a lot of time over my head.
So one of the things that you said is that you didn't have any DRs, but perhaps you didn't remember you did.
Tickets, old tickets.
Yeah, that's what I needed clarification on. And then in your opening statement today, you said you talked about the impact on yourself as well as those around you. But what about the victims?
Well, with the victims
I
as
didn't
well.
hear you express any remorse for the assault first and assault second charges that you're serving time for.
For the victims, I was young. It was a long time ago. I was wrong. I admit I was wrong. I take accountability for my actions. I take responsibility for my actions. I'm grown. I'm a little older now. I'm a little mature. I have learned. I have, you know, a little more discipline, and I'm trying to do better and give back to the society.
Yes, and yes, it was a long time ago. But you know, you're here before us today asking to go out on discretionary parole. So even though it was a long time ago, you made reference to yourself and those around you, but it's important to acknowledge what happened to the victims.
Oh, absolutely. And if I was given a second opportunity, you know, it was a long time ago, but at the end of the day, I was wrong. I know I was wrong, and as well for the victim. If you know, if I had apologized to the victim as well, if I had him in front of me, I would apologize and I would try to fix things and make it better.
Okay. So you participated in several programs. You did anger management voices, tier 2, inside out that, and you do have a job as a janitor in the recreation area.
Correct.
So how have you changed since your incarceration?
Well, I've been taking responsibility. I gotta do what I gotta do. I've done what DOC have told me to do in terms of doing my programs, getting a job. Those are all on my OAP, and I follow instructions and I follow through with them, and I completed them.
Okay. So share with us what you learned in the Voices program and the anger management.
With the Voices program, it was a victim advocate. They showed us the consequences that happen when people do things that, you know, are out of control, out of line, and what comes with that, the consequences, and being in pain victims. And I learned from that, and I graduated the program. I completed it.
And you know, it's not just the victims, but what about the community?
With
you were shooting at the victims, so that's an impact to your community also.
Absolutely, and it made me realize that me doing that, I could have lost my life while I was at it, while I was being incarcerated as well. So if the victim was a little hurt more than what it was, I would have lost my life being incarcerated for not thinking, for not making better decisions. But now that I sit back and I've grown and I've taken time to grow and conflict on the matter that I did, yeah, I was wrong and I will do it again.
So how have you managed to remain DR free for the last almost 2 years?
Patience. Trouble comes to anybody's way. But when it came to my way, you know, it's just best if we could talk about it. If not, I'll walk away about it.
And one of the other programs that you participated in, which I think may have had something to do with your offenses, is the anger management program. What was your takeaway from that program?
Anger management was really good because it shows you, I put myself in the shoes of the violent people, and I was like, wow, that was me then. So I gotta change my ways. I gotta do better because I gotta learn how to have patience and not be so impulsive.
So what would you do now if you were confronted in a similar situation?
Well, before I was impulsive. Right now, if I was in a situation, well, obviously I gotta have patience, and I would try to talk to the person and cool down the marriage and see how could we move forward? What could we do together to have an understanding? So there won't be no conflict and no issue.
Okay. So you have one son,
Yes, I got an 11-year-old son.
right? And you took the Inside Out Dad program.
Yes.
What did you learn from that?
Took the Inside Out program for more advice, for more learning from it. I did leave my son when I got incarcerated. My son was 5 years old, and I have missed out on 6 years of his life. And you know, just a better way to improve myself for when I go home. Little advice, little pinpoints I could do better for when I go home as a father. My son loves me, and he's a daddy's boy, so I keep communication with him. Every week I call him, I send him letters, I write him. I never failed, I never stopped being in contact with my son. And currently right now he's waiting for his father to come home.
Okay. So you were also using marijuana and alcohol.
Yes.
Okay. So I know your last chrono ticket was back in March of 2023. How do you intend to stay sober when you go in the community?
Well, it's been over like 3 years from that, and I've been clean ever since, ticket free, and I haven't done no pruno, nothing like that. So if I've been clean for the next 3 years, I don't need it now when I go home at all.
But I'm going to say this to you, Mr. Camacho. If you had a problem with marijuana and alcohol, which it seems like you did when you were in the community, okay, and you committed these crimes and you're here and you say you've been clean for 3 years, you could step right out that door and go back to using. So I'm asking you, what precautions are you going to take place? Are you going to do for if you go back out and you get urges or cravings to either smoke or drink?
Well, I've been put away for a very long time. I've been incarcerated for a very long time. And when I was home, you know, people get around, I was surrounded by the wrong people. So when I go home, those people are no longer in my life. And I'm committed to making better decisions when I go home. When I go home, I'm gonna look for employment immediately upon my release. And while I look for employment, I'm currently gonna be trying to get into school to see if I could go for electrician. So I got goals when I go home. I'm committed to and I'm dedicated to.
I read about that, but also, you know, you had a gun and you didn't have a license. You were driving without a license.
Those are all things that I'm committed to do. That's a part of the change that I want to do when I come home. I want to get my license. I want to go to school. I'm gonna be out the way. I got a son. I got a girlfriend I'm currently trying to get married to. So I got goals that I'm trying to do that I didn't think about when I was home.
So the other thing that I want to ask you about, you were collecting unemployment and working under the table for your parents.
Yes.
Now, what are your thoughts about that?
When I come home, I want to be getting employment on the books, not under the books. It's been a long time and I really want to get back into the society.
And how are you going to look for a legitimate job?
Well, I'm gonna go around to factories or companies. Like I really want, when I gotta go, when I go home, I want to look into this airspace job and I want to look into this United Concrete cement job. These are big companies. These are things I know how to do. I know how to do construction as well. So I'm aiming for big jobs like that when I go home.
Okay. And you want to sponsor with your fiance?
Yes,
Is she the mother of your son?
no,
Okay. But you co-parent with the mother of your son.
absolutely.
Did you have any problems with her before?
No, I don't got no problems with her.
So who were you living with when you had some DV offenses back in 2020?
That was an ex-girlfriend I had. But I no longer have contact with that woman at all.
So according to you, your release plan is that you're going to go to your sponsor, you're going to attend school to become an electrician. Do you know where you're going to school?
I haven't figured that out yet.
Do you have the tablets there? Do you have a tablet there? Okay, so that can be a useful resource for you. You also said that you want to seek therapy.
Yes, I want to evaluate myself as soon as I go home. You know, being incarcerated for so long, it tends to take a toll on me. So I wanted to have a full evaluation of myself physically, make sure I'm good, so I could proceed to the next step.
Is it physically or mentally or emotionally?
Mentally and physically. And emotionally. I'll say all of the above.
And have you figured out where you intend to go and do that?
Well, not yet. When I go home, I'm gonna figure all that out. As soon as I step home.
Yeah, so here's what I'm gonna say to you, Mr. Camacho. You keep saying how long you've been incarcerated. So it would behoove you to already have a plan, make connections with the places that you're going to go and do your electrical trade, where you're gonna go seek therapy. You're gonna get your driver's license. There are a lot of things that you have to do. So I would recommend, Mr. Camacho, that you start doing some of that work.
Oh, I will.
This was a very, very, serious assaults that you did. And so I think you just need to make sure that you have everything documented so that when you go home, you know exactly what it is that you have to do.
Absolutely.
Okay? And I noticed for your social support, you say you have your mother and your stepfather and your two brothers.
Yes.
Okay.
And my girlfriend. I got a strong support system, and they're all willing to help me and help me move forward.
Okay. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Camacho, and thanks for answering my questions.
Thanks, Ms. Chance. Mr. Zarkov.
Thank you. I think Ms. Chance covered all the questions I had.
Oh, okay. So a couple of things stood out for me, Mr. Camacho. So you said your son is waiting for you to come home. Just like the families of the detectives and the officer who were involved in the incident where you refused to yield to their commands, drove over an officer's foot, hit 3 police vehicles in order to flee the scene. You know, these are people who put their lives on the line to protect others, and you were willing to jeopardize their safety and their ability to come home to their families. Anything you want to say by way of an apology? I know you told my colleague that you were young and it was a long time ago. I'm sure it doesn't feel that long ago to the officers and their families.
Well, I do apologize now that I'm in the right state of mind and mature a lot more. Yes, I take accountability and responsibilities for what I did. I know I was wrong, And I apologize, that won't happen again. And,
Well, you want to go back to Meriden, so all eyes will be on you. You're known as a gun offender. You're on the deadly weapon offender registry. You put multiple officers and detectives in harm's way. So you're going to have to really watch yourself and step up to some of the things that you've said today that you aspire to do and change that you described in yourself. So you sat in a tier 2 program. You listened to people struggling with their addictions.
yes,
Mm-hmm. And you can appreciate how difficult it is to make the decision every day to live clean and sober.
absolutely. And I'm committed to do so.
And you understand, that there are drugs there in the facility. And so that temptation is put in the path of these other inmates who are struggling with their own addiction and trying to right their lives. Yeah.
Yes,
But you were willing to make Pruno in order to sell it there in the facility. What, for commissary?
Currently not for me. I was trying to help another inmate out so he could eat. It wasn't for me at all.
Right, but you were willing to harm other people. You said his cellmate had no money and he was going to sell it for money, so you were helping him make the Pruno.
Yes.
Did he get a job there?
No.
That would have been an enterprising thing to try to do instead of, putting other people struggling newly in recovery in jeopardy because you wanted to make some money. So that decision making is concerning. Now, I agree that it was back in 2023 and that since then you've taken the tier 2 program and can hopefully appreciate the harm that you were causing them just by producing that substance in the facility. My colleague asked you about being unemployed. Was that as a result of the job that you quit because you were passed over for promotions?
Excuse me, repeat that again?
You were collecting unemployment. Was that because of the job you quit because you were passed over for promotions?
Yes, the job I was currently on when I was working at, I was really working really hard. I knew how to do a lot of positions.
I'm just, if you could focus on the question. So you were collecting unemployment for, what was the job that you quit?
It was a factory job.
Okay. And that's your most recent employment?
Yeah, that was the last one.
Okay. How are you able to collect unemployment when you quit a job? That's not supposed to happen.
It was around COVID time.
Okay. All right. So, part of being a productive member of society is that you're honest and you abide by the rules and the common practices in society. And, so you were both receiving unemployment and then working under the table, earning money that you weren't paying taxes on. And that's disreputable. Do you know what that word means?
No.
It means that was harmful to you and your reputation, that you would choose to work under the table while still collecting unemployment and not pay taxes on the money that you were bringing in. All of us here who are hardworking, law-abiding citizens find that offensive. Mm-hmm. So the last thing that I'll say to you, Mr. Camacho, is we've heard a lot of plans, and it's like scattershot, the things that you're going to do. And I don't even understand what your priorities are. So in the time that you have remaining on your sentence, I would encourage you to put pen to paper and write out the steps to achieving the different things that you want to do and do the research, because otherwise it's just pie in the sky that you want to be an electrician. You know, have you visited the United Concrete website? Have you read about their hiring and some of the qualifications that are necessary? Have you written out a cover letter to introduce yourself to the company? I mean, there's a lot of steps to achieving goals, and you've got to start with the first step. And you talked about a lot of different things, and I don't know that you have your focus for how you're going to achieve them. But I'll tell you that, you know, it's extremely concerning that you were without a license, in the illegal possession of a firearm, smoking marijuana every day, which means you're an impaired driver, collecting unemployment, working under the table, and willing to shoot a loaded firearm at another human being. And that's separate and aside from the jeopardy that you put the law enforcement officers in when they went to arrest you. It's all very concerning, sir. But you're 30 years old now, so your brain is fully developed, and I certainly hope that you will be successful, but you need to do some more work. You need to focus in on your priorities and your goals and map out how you're going to get to where you want to go. All right, that's it for the questions. Give us just a few minutes and please don't interrupt. Ms. Chance?
So, despite the fact that Mr. Camacho completed all those programs, and I asked for feedback, I'm not sure whether he actually gained the insights that he needed so that when he goes back in the community, he can be successful. You know, he was smoking marijuana and drinking alcohol. He took the tier 2, but didn't express what I was hoping, that he would have learned from the tier 2. All he said is that he's not gonna smoke or drink when he goes out. I did indicate to him that there are a lot of things that he's saying he's going to do, but really has nothing documented on paper. That's very concerning for me. Keep saying that he's been down a long time. It's been 5 years, or a little over 5 years. And he was 25 years old at the time, brains fully developed. I looked at the list of victims for the assault one, which were the police officer and 4 detectives, all of which was negatively impacted, and the 3 victims of the assault second. And those are concerning. And in his opening comments, he never expressed remorse for the impact to the victim, but kept saying he's been down a long time. He's rated low during his incarceration. He's received 7 disciplinary reports. Very concerning, the one where he was making pruno to help out another inmate, but also selling it for himself. So I had here, you know, he was carrying a weapon without a license, driving without a license, and thought it was okay to assault all those police officers. So despite the fact that he took the programs, I really don't find him suitable today, even though he has letters of support and has a sponsor.
Mr. Sarko? Thank you, Ms. Chance.
Thank you. So I agree with Ms. Chance. I would add that, Mr. Camacho seems to be on the right track. He's completed a number of positive programs. He stopped getting tickets some time ago. He hasn't had one for over 2 years. He only had one in 2024. The nature of these offenses for me is just very difficult to overcome. So I'm going to be in denial.
Do you all have reasons for doubt?
Yes, I have nature
For institutional
and
adjustment?
for institutional adjustment.
I meant to mention to Mr. Camacho that, there are reentry centers all over the state that can help him secure employment and educational resources. So he doesn't have to go factory to factory. He can actually go to a reentry center and they will direct him to employers who are willing to hire people with criminal histories. But he is, for the rest of his life, prohibited from possessing firearms and ammunition. So in the matter of Luis Camacho, inmate number 436683, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses and your poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied.
This concludes the parole hearing for Luis Camacho, 43668. You're all set, Mr. Camacho. You'll get all the paperwork next week.
So I'm denying.
Yes, sir, you are. We
Yeah, right. Yeah. Next up, Mr. Busquet.
Okay, thank you. How do you pronounce your last name again?
Oh, Bosque, P-O-S-Q-U-E.
All right, thank you.
All right, if you have something to read to us, please have it out and ready to go. If you wrote a statement, please have it out and ready to read.
Oh, yeah. I wanna thank you, for the board.
We're not ready for you to start yet.
Spotcheck. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Sarkoff.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Oh, my name is Benjamin Bosque. My inmate number is 328-482.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Benjamin Bosque, 328482. He is serving a sentence of 60 years execution suspended after serving 25 years, followed by 35 years probation for conspiracy to commit conspiracy to commit robbery first, firearm threat. He has a conviction for burglary first with a deadly weapon. Another conviction for sexual assault first, use of force or threat. And another conviction for robbery first, firearm threat. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for life. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 5th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed Smart Recovery, Tier 2, the Short Track Sex Offender Program, Voices, Embracing Fatherhood, Anger Management, Thinking for a Change, in-cell programming, and he works as the janitor in AP. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the moderate to high range. Mr. Bosque, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted for. You may begin.
Did you have something to read, sir?
Oh, yeah. I just want to say thank you for giving the opportunity to be here today for the parole board. Good morning, everybody. I would like to apologize to the victim family and to my family and to support, to my family, I want to apologize to the victims and the victim family and to my family and to society for the pain suffered caused by my action. I'm sincere, apologize, and I take fully responsibility for my actions.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for keeping that brief, sir. We did get the letter and we've all read it. So we're going to begin questions this morning with my colleague, Mr. Zarkoff.
Good morning, Mr. Bosque.
Good morning, sir.
Can you tell us what happened that led to your incarceration?
Excuse me?
Can you tell us what happened that led to your incarceration 20 years ago?
Oh, yeah. What happened was me and my Roberto Figueroa, that's my baby mom uncle. So he came and picked me up and picked my brother up and to go smoke weed. And then like a couple hours later, he wanted us to do a robbery with him. So we did a robbery inside the house, and I didn't play nothing out. Like he just came, picked me up, and then we did to the house, and then like steal item and stuff like that. And then I'm holding the victims in a corner, like in the house, in a room, in a room and stuff like that. And then where we searched the whole house and stuff like that. And then I know I went in there and I'm supposed to be going in there. I understand what I did was wrong. I know I was young, but I'm not using no excuse to be young. Because when you're young, you know what the hell you're doing. So, so I know I messed up. I feel sympathy for the family, for the victims and the family and stuff like that in the community. So, I'm older now, I'm a different person than I was before. So my mind, I'm thinking different now than before. Like before when I was young, I was thinking about myself. I didn't think about my daughter. I didn't think about my family. I just think about myself and to do, stuff I'm not supposed to be doing. And then me growing up in jail and stuff like that, like I learned a lot. I changed my life around. I'm an older person, and then I'm a grandfather now.
Let me just stop you for a second. We'll cover all that, but I want to go back to the original offense, okay, and stay there for a minute. So you entered the house, you forced your way into the house with your co-defendants, and you had a weapon on you?
No.
Who had the weapon?
Roberto Figueroa had a weapon.
You also didn't mention anything about the sexual assault that you do have a conviction for.
Yeah, well, what happened was, like when we went inside the house, Roberto Figueroa, the one touched the female.
So when we went in there, I was holding the dudes in another room, in a separate room. So when I went in, you know, when I had my brother go to the corner to check why he taking so long, my brother saw him, you know, like, I guess the girl didn't have no clothes on. So my brother throw a sheet to her and say, what you doing to him? You know what I mean? And I know I got convicted about it because they gave me conspiracy because I was there.
I don't think so. I think you were convicted of sexual assault in the first degree.
Oh yeah, because I got convicted because I went to trial. You know what I mean? And they said because I was inside the house and stuff like that, you know, they the one give me the time. Like, you know what I mean? I got convicted because I was in the house and I admitted. I admitted to the police. Then I was in a house.
Okay, so are you saying you did not know that a sexual assault was happening?
No, I knew because when I had my brother go to the room, my brother came back and told me like, yo, this guy, you know what I mean, doing something to her and stuff like that. So, and then we just left. We all left and stuff like that.
You didn't try to stop it?
No, my brother stopped it. Like, my brother went to the room when I was holding the other guys in the room.
Okay, how do you think that victim and the other victims were affected?
Oh, it affected a lot because I got a lot of sympathy about the victims and stuff like that because I know they're probably going through a lot right now. Even if it's been a long time ago, but it's still like, it's like somebody going in a house and do a robbery and stuff like that. And you know, one of the victims got hit with the weapon and stuff like that, and he got a little injury. So I know, like, you know what I mean, like, maybe to this day, like, the victim probably going through a lot. You know what I mean? Like, you know, in minds why they probably could go to, you know what I mean, psychiatrists, you know, and stuff like that. So, you know, I feel sorry, you know what I mean, from the bottom of my heart, you know, for the victims and stuff like that.
Okay, during your incarceration, you completed quite a number of programs, right?
Yes.
What did you learn from the problem sexual behavior treatment?
What I learned from it?
Yeah.
I learned a lot. Like, I learned how to, you know, like, you know, it helped me a lot. You know, that program helped me a lot, you know, about like thinking, like, you know what I mean, thinking about somebody else, you know what I mean? Because like I told you before, when I was young, I wasn't thinking about nobody at the time. I was thinking about myself, you know what I mean, to do foolish stuff. So, you know, it showed me a lot, like, you know what I mean, it showed me a lot, you know, sympathy of the victims, you know, especially the female, because I got a daughter myself and I got a family, you know, I got sisters and stuff like that. So I feel like, you know what I mean, it could be my family, you know what I mean, and you know, I feel real, you know, real sad.
Was there a program that stood out to you that you think would be helpful to you in the community? You've taken quite a number of programs.
Yes, the program helped me. Like, they all helped me. You know what I mean? Because they all got different stuff. So voices, because it's, to this day, like I said, the victims, it can be suffering, no matter how long it take, the years and how many years pass and stuff like that. So voices is one of them. They helped me a lot. You know, like thinking and like how like think twice before you commit a crime, and you know, and show like sympathy to anybody, like, you know what I mean? It helped me a lot to change my life around and to go back to society and to help the people I want to help. I want to help the youth. I want to help the youth, and you know what I mean, for the program out there. I want to do a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? So I can show them, like, you know what I mean, like, look at me, like I was 18 years old at the time. So this how it happened if you not listen to your parents, or you know what I mean, or somebody love out there. So I now really want to help people.
And you did receive some disciplinary reports, but it has been a few years, right? The last one was in 2020.
Yes. Yeah, that was
Did something change in your thinking during this incarceration that you learned how to abide by the rules?
Oh yes. Yes.
What changed? What changed?
A lot, like just I respect the staff members. I follow the rules. I really respect the people I'm with, incarcerated. You know what I mean? Because you have to work with different people. You know, so right now I got a job at AP, so I work with 2 people, and you know, and it helped me a lot. Like,
you work as a janitor now?
Yeah, I work at AP in a property. It's like when people come in from the other jail, we do the property.
Yeah, got it. You have one daughter, right?
Huh?
You have one daughter?
Yeah, I got 1 daughter and 2 grandboys.
And how old is she?
My daughter is 22.
What's your relationship like?
Oh, we got a good relationship since day one, since baby. I left my daughter 1, so I always make sure she okay. And I talk to her every day. And I talk to my grandbabies. I'll be seeing her like a lot of time or visits.
Yeah. What else do you talk to other than your daughter?
I talk to my family, like my mother. I call her every morning. My sisters, my brothers, and then I got my fiance. I talk to her, too.
Okay, can you talk about your plans once you're released?
Huh?
Can you talk about your plans once you're released?
Oh, yeah, my plans is, first, what I want to do is I want to go out there in the community, help myself first, and then, help myself. And then what I want to do is I learn a lot of construction, doing my incarceration. And then my brother, he got a company, a roofing company. Then I'm gonna be working with him and stuff like that. And I want to go into the community to get back to the community to help people, and much I could. And then to talk to the youth about the incarceration, the mistakes, and the mistake we do when we're young kids and stuff like that. So that's how I want to do it and stuff like that. And work.
You have 35 years of probation for your sentence.
Yes.
How do you think you're going to do in community supervision?
I think it could be, for me, I think it'll be good because I follow the law and incarceration, like stay out of trouble, don't catch no tickets no more. All my ticket was old. So, the last one was 2020, but it was a CD. It was a music CD I'm not supposed to have, but I didn't know I'm not supposed to have it. So, and then from there on, it just, go and
is there anything that you think is going to be difficult for you in the community?
Nah, the only thing difficult for me is to get back to society, to get used to it, to get used to society, to get used to the phones, because I wasn't out there for the iPhones and none of that stuff. So that's gonna be my struggle, like learn how to use the phone. I want to go to school again and try to get my GED and try to get all the stuff I want to do. Because I did school in jail, but every time I go to school here, I always people like teachers always get they retire stuff like that. So I know in the world I could get help better with all this stuff. With
you tried to get your GED while you were incarcerated?
Yes, and it's kind of hard for me because I just learned how to read and write. You know what I mean? So I still struggle. I still got a lot of struggle about it. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So,
You learn how to read and write in prison?
Yeah, a little bit. I still got a problem, like little bit stuff like that. So, but I keep trying and stuff like that. So, I want to go out there, and my plan is to go to school and, and to get help with anything I need in the community.
Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. So, Mr. Bosque, it's incredibly disappointing that you don't have your GED after 20 years of incarceration. I'm hard pressed to understand how it matters that the teachers would change. You had so much support there and so much time. You're going to get out, you're going to have things competing for your interest and your attention. Your job, helping your mom around the house. You mentioned having a fiance. And it just would have been really great if you could be stepping out with a high school diploma. So when you were evaluated by the Connections last December for problem sexual behavior treatment, do you remember that evaluation?
Yes.
Okay, because as a result of your sex assault first conviction, first degree, you do have lifetime on the registry. You were asked how you know when someone wants to have sex with you, and your answer took me aback and made me very concerned. And now knowing that you have a fiance, I want to get some clarification. You said when they are in a relationship. Do you understand that you can be in a relationship and at any point just decline to have sexual contact?
With who? Contact with who?
With your partner in the relationship.
Oh, yeah, because she loved me, I love her. So as long as we're in a relationship, there's no problem with that.
No problem with what? Please be specific.
You talking about with a relationship? You're saying with a relationship?
You're in a relationship and you're committed and there's no problem with what?
No, I didn't understand what you was talking about first. I didn't understand the word you were saying.
You said to the evaluator, when someone wants to have sex with you is when they are in a relationship with you.
I don't remember. You talking about the program?
In the evaluation last December, that was your answer to the question. And I'm concerned because you can be in a relationship and not want to have sex on any given day or night. And your partner has to respect that, right?
Oh, yes. Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So it's really about communication, isn't it?
Oh yeah, communication and everything. Like as long as she okay, and as long as we agree with it to have the sex and stuff like that, that's normal. It's a normal thing.
It's called consent.
Oh yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Because if you violate someone's consent, they don't want to do what you want to do, and you force the issue, again, that's sexual assault.
Oh, yes.
Even if you're in a relationship or a marriage.
Yes.
Okay, good that you understand it. That's the law, sir. That's the law. I'm glad you agree with the law. Okay, Ms. Chance, any questions?
I really had no questions because both of you answered the questions I had.
Okay. So at this point, Mr. Bosque, we're going to ask you to sit quietly while we discuss. And we'll start with Mr. Zarkov.
Thank you. Mr. Bosque is here on a number of very serious offenses dating back to 2004. At that time, he, together with 3 co-defendants, forced himself into the victim's home. It was really a home invasion that also involved a sex assault that he does deny. During his incarceration, he completed a number of positive programs, including Voices, Anger Management, Tier 2, Embracing Fatherhood, Age for a Change. He's also completed problem sexual behavior treatment. He did receive a few tickets during his incarceration. But as we discussed, the last one was back in 2020, which I think shows some growth over time. He does have some family support. I do take into account his age at the time of offense. He was 18 years old, still very young, 39 years old. And he's almost done with his sentence. It's about a year difference between his parole eligibility at 85% and his end of sentence. I'm prepared to grant discretionary parole today.
Ms. Chance.
I agree with granting discretionary parole. I think one of the things that I would hope Mr. Bosk will do when it's time for him to go back in the community is to continue with that GED. And I know he struggles with, the difficulty with taking the GED and studying for it. And so I am hoping that there will be a lot of distractions for him, but that he will stay focused on that GED, which will give him a huge uplift, and he will, going forward, understand better. And knowing that he has to participate in the problem sexual behavior treatment, he might be able to better understand, what consent means, regardless of whether you're in a relationship or married to the person. So for today, he's completed almost 22 years of the 25-year sentence, and it's good time. I agree, he has probably less than a year on discretionary parole, so I'd like to give him that opportunity.
Okay, Officer Logan?
Yes.
We're looking at a 85% date.
Yes. And May 5th, 2026, yes.
All right, so Mr. Zarkoff, do you want to list your conditions?
I have problem sexual behavior treatment, the community, victims and co-defendants.
Okay, well, the brother would be without Theo's permission, but he's got an even longer sentence. So.
Right.
Right. Theo's permission.
Anything to add, Ms. Chance?
I don't know. I had a no driving without Theo's permission.
Question mark for that too.
I think we could leave that as a graduated sanction. I do have that. You have a valid license, sir?
No, no, miss.
Yeah, so you got to get that before you get behind the wheel.
Oh, yes, I understand.
Anything else? So in the matter of Benjamin Bosque, inmate number 328482, there is a motion to grant parole on or after your earliest eligibility date of May 5th, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision. You're to engage in problem sexual behavior treatment. You're to have no contact with co-defendants Anthony Rivera and Roberto Figueroa. You're to have no contact with co-defendant Fernando Bosque without Theo's permission. You're to have no contact with the victims, initials PS, JK, AV, SJ, and MR. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Is it a G?
Or J. I have it as G instead of SJ.
SG. SG. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is granted.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
This concludes the parole hearing for Benjamin Vasquez, 328482. We're all set, Mr. Vasquez. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
All right. Appreciate it.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
You have the sexual assault victims' initials. They weren't in the disc.
I couldn't find it.
Oh, I have them.
Are.
How did you find it?
We are still streaming, so we can discuss it at another time, but it's MR for your written decision.
Thank you.
You got Mr. Cook next.
Hello.
Or
Good morning. How are you doing?
My name is Mr. Cook.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Sarkoff.
Joy Chance.
How you doing today?
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Randy Cook, 4044-8020.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Randy Cook, 448020. He is serving a sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after serving 3 years, followed by 5 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, or defense weapon.
Yes.
As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 3rd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voices in tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Cook, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I prepared something for you guys today. I don't know if I can read it to you guys or not.
Please, go ahead quickly.
Okay. I just want to say I want to start by saying I deeply apologize to my community and my family for letting them down. I made an honest mistake carrying that gun. I wasn't realizing the impact that it would make on my community and on my family. Being incarcerated, I took the time thinking to myself, being around the wrong group of people that made me feel like I was making the wrong decisions. And I was dumb, selfish, foolish for the things that I've done. And I could reassure that I won't make these mistakes again. I get on the phone every day, talking to my daughter, and she asks me every day, like, when am I coming home? I can only tell her soon, and then that really crushes my heart, just listening to her, and I can't really give her a reassurance, like I'm coming home on this day, I'll be there on this day. Like, for me, like, I don't want her to feel like that I'm letting her down. I realize every day being incarcerated is just making a bigger impact on my life and on my family and the other ones that love me around my community that cares and loves me. I also have a son that I don't want him growing up in my footsteps or thinking that what I did was okay. And true, I made a lot of bad choices in my life. I don't want to have that type of reflection on my kids of me being incarcerated. I take full accountability for my actions and take full responsibility for my punishment. I'm not just apologizing to you guys, but I'm apologizing to my community and also to my family. And I also have a future wife, kids that need my help. all my life when I was younger, I was always told that I was a trouble kid. But when I got older, I wasn't really hearing those things no more. Then I lost my best friend, who put me in a dark place, and I was going through a lot with that. I argued with my kid's mother every day. She's telling me, "Oh, you need therapy," but I thought I could handle it on my own, but not realizing that I was really drowning myself and my own problems, and not really taking the help or listening to the help that I was pointed to. It just brought me into darkness, stressed me out. I wasn't caring about what the people that was really genuinely there and cared and loved for me. But yeah, that's all I really have to say today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cook. We appreciate that you took the time to write out an opening statement and collect your thoughts.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is take turns asking you questions. These are questions we developed from the documents that we read. And when we're done asking questions, the three of us will discuss your case and arrive at a decision. Do you have any questions before we begin?
No, not really. It's just
Okay.
I just made an honest mistake earlier, that's all.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say to you, Mr. Cook, what my colleagues have heard me say many times. A mistake is like forgetting to return a library book. What you did was commit crimes.
Yes.
So when you say a mistake, it means it's not that big of a deal. And it really is. You were on probation at the time, you were selling drugs, and you were in the illegal possession of a firearm.
Right.
And this firearm you claim was your friend's?
Yes, it was.
So you had no training on how to safely load, discharge, clean, and store this weapon.
No.
Correct? But you were willing to put it down your pants, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Because you don't know how much or how little pressure on a trigger is going to, discharge a weapon, and you put it down your pants. I don't. The thing I read when I was going through all of this is, why didn't you leave it in the car?
Right.
But it's because you were out of the car selling drugs, right? So you were trying to protect your money and your drugs with a gun you didn't even know how to use, putting everybody around you in jeopardy, which is why it's really appropriate that you apologize to your community.
Yes, I'm sorry, man.
Mm-hmm. So now you have the deadly weapon offender registry, which is a 5-year obligation while you're on probation. And you should take that very seriously, because you have 5 years of this sentence hanging over your head. You could be made to come back and serve that time.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So have you ever had a legitimate, job earning a paycheck?
Yes, I have. I worked in a lot of places. I worked in Dunkin' Donuts. I worked at Wendy's. I worked at Popeyes. I worked at UPS.
So when did you make when did you make the decision to sell drugs instead of do the honorable thing and earn a paycheck?
Once I got to like a higher career job, I could actually sit down. I ended up losing my best friend, what caused me to lose work, and my son got sick, and then I missed work one time, and then that's when I started working at Yale. I missed work one time.
So, all right, you're going to claim they let you go for one absence. All right, so you were selling because this dark place of losing your friend, and you're being unwilling to ask for help, even though your support system was telling you, go talk to somebody.
Yes.
Okay, was that your pride, your ego? It's not manly to ask for help. What was going on?
I just felt like I wasn't in a clear state of mind. I was just blocking everything out that was just really trying to help me. And
and you were using marijuana to escape?
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, so you have had trouble on probation in the past, and now you have a new sentence of probation. You've never been successful, so how are you going to do this bid of probation the right way?
I mean, I could say that being incarcerated, I really took time thinking to myself, like, this is not a place that I really want to be. This is not like really me. I could say honestly say that I grew on my mistakes to really think like not really realize like, all right, like, yo, listen, bro, this is not you. You're not a street kid. You need to really get back to going back to work and focus on being a family guy and really just being there for the people that really genuinely looked up to me or cared about me and stuff like that.
So you want to become an auto mechanic?
Yeah.
How are you
I was
going to do
thinking about
that?
that. I was enroll probably try to enroll myself in Porter and Chester.
And you
try
have the
to take,
money
like,
to do that?
my family is gonna help me out.
Who are
Get a
you going
job.
to ask to pay for your schooling?
I was gonna either try to borrow a little couple like some like a little bit of money from my mom, like people like my sister, stuff like that. People that want me
These
to
are
actually pursue
do
those
well.
type of
Yeah.
dreams.
But these are all people who've been putting money on your commissary account while you've been incarcerated, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. And you're 30 years old.
Right. I'm also gonna get a job too as well. I have a job. I have a job and everything already is set in place.
Okay, but we don't have any verification that you have an employer who's willing to hire you.
Right. No,
So we just have to take your word for it. A lot of times, people in your position will get a letter sent to us that say, you know, Mr. Cook's a good worker. I want to hire him back when he gets out at full time, but you don't have that, right?
Right.
Are you working there in the facility?
I was working. I ended up. I lost a job because I was on the phone. I take my responsibility for that. I should have been more aware of the time.
That was a year ago, February, that you got the security tampering DR, and you haven't
Yes.
worked since?
Yeah, I had an extra pen. I mean, I came in. I didn't really know what was going on. Somebody offered me to buy a pen from him. I was like,
Okay. All right. You know, Mr. Cook, you're given an inmate handbook. The rules
Okay.
are reviewed with you. You knew what you were doing was a violation of the rules. So again, don't minimize it. Don't blame other people who were offering you things. These are choices that you keep making to dig yourself in a hole.
Right.
So that ticket, after it cleared, you still haven't been working 14 months.
No, I was just working. I just literally just got fired. Like probably like last month. I'll say like last month.
So you got a new ticket?
No, I didn't know that. They didn't give me a ticket for that.
And that was again the phones?
No, it wasn't no phones.
What was it last month then?
They just told me that I'm not working no more. That was all they just told me. I accepted.
Where are you working?
I was a sweeper in my dorm. I was sweeping the floors.
How long had you been a janitor?
Like 6 months, I would say.
And they let you go, no reason offered.
They just told me like I was on the phone. They was like, you're not working right now. You're not working no more. I was just like, okay. I didn't want to pick up
Were
a
you
fight.
on the phone when you were supposed to be working?
Yes, I was. I am.
Was it Mr. Dunlop or Mr. Wilfong who had the gun?
Mr. Who? I wasn't.
The last name of your friend whose gun it was.
It was Dunlop. Wilfong was already incarcerated.
Okay. So when you were out in the community on probation, in addition to selling drugs, you weren't going to treatment and you weren't reporting. Did you just have a case of FITS?
I did go to treatment when I was out. I was going to 50 Fitch. I went to Project Longevity. I was doing
That's not treatment. That's because of the gun. Project Longevity.
Yeah, no.
I'm going to stop you, Mr. Cook, because I would think at this point in the hearing, you would appreciate the fact that we've done our homework. We've read the documents. We've taken notes. We know the facts in your case. And I'm looking at a violation of probation report. You know, and how many times it says you failed to attend treatment. So, you know, this is an opportunity to put your cards on the table and be honest with us. And if we feel like you're not being honest, then that works against you being granted because, again, you won't be found suitable.
Okay. No, so, I did have a few problems with showing up to the places.
Why?
And then I just didn't have honestly, I didn't have transportation to really get in here. I didn't know the bus.
It was the city of New Haven. There are bus systems all over the place.
Right. I was just.
All right. You didn't care. Is the bottom line. You didn't care about your obligations and you weren't willing to uphold them. Do I have that right?
Yeah, you're right.
So it makes it hard to look at granting you for discretionary parole because you were out on probation and not abiding by any of the rules, not upholding your obligations, and in fact, undermining the rules and laws of our society by selling people illegal drugs, causing a lot of harm, and carrying around a loaded firearm.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I got that clarified, so I'm going to see what my colleagues want to ask you. Ms. Chance?
Madam Chair, I'm listening to Mr. Cook, and he says he's 30 years old, but he sounds like someone who's maybe 18, 19, 20 years old based on his answers. Because when he was asked about having a second job assignment, instead of coming out and saying, yes, I was a dorm janitor, but they removed me because I was constantly on the phone violating the rules as an adult and being before the parole board, that's what you should be saying, Mr. Cook.
All right. I'm sorry about that.
So you continue to skirt around and don't want to acknowledge what you're doing that's wrong. And then, you say when you were in the community, you completed your substance abuse programs, but we know you didn't. And you violated probation.
Right.
Because you didn't go to treatment.
Right.
And in everything that I hear you say about your release plan, there was nothing there about participating in any kind of treatment. The other thing is, you say you want to be an auto mechanic and you're going to go to Port and Chester, but if you did your homework, there are technical schools that has, automotive training that you can get there. Port and Chester costs a lot of money. I'm not saying you can't go there, but at 30 years old, you should be looking to be fairly independent and not rely on your family members, because then what happens? You're just going to go back to selling drugs. You had that job at Yale.
Yes.
And you weren't there for long because you weren't showing up, so they terminated you. And now you tell us you can go back there for a job.
Right. I had a friend that he said he could get me into like a janitor spot in there, but I wasn't really banking on really that.
So, Mr. Cook, I just continue to be concerned about, where you are today. And to me, it doesn't sound like you're ready to go back in the community. It seems like you did complete the tier 2 and the Voices program, but you were fired from a job, you're in the facility, and you got removed twice from a job assignment. So I have lots of concerns about your continued decision making.
I completed tier 2 here, though.
No, you did. That's what I said. You completed tier 2 and Voices program.
Yes.
So I'm all set. I have no further questions for Mr. Cook.
Okay, Mr. Sarkoff.
No.
All right, so Mr. Cook, that ends the questions. So, in the report prepared by the parole officer, after she interviewed Mr. Cook, she described him as being less than truthful in his responses to her questions. And I'm getting the sense that that's a bit of what we got today, which is incredibly disappointing.
Yeah.
So this is his first period of incarceration greater than a year, but not his first conviction that was drug related. He did not get conviction for selling. He got criminal trespass because he wouldn't stay away from the G Mini Mart that they asked him to not be near, and because he was in possession of a firearm. Though he readily admits that he was out selling drugs. Claims that the friend left the gun in the car, and he saw it there. He only had it a day. He kept it because he was selling drugs. So the story is morphed in different ways, but he started to sell drugs to support himself and his children, rather than seeking legitimate employment. He was peddling poison to the community. So he believes the 3 years he has to serve or the 8 years is fair. And he's got probation to follow, which he has struggled with, as we've covered quite a bit in the past. He's returning to New Haven, and he's well known there, and he will be closely watched. I would like to see Mr. Cook under parole supervision for the approximate year and a half, year and 4 months that he has remaining on his sentence, as his, in the interests of public safety. I think it's his best chance at getting his life together and having the structure that he needs to be successful. Help him transition through the reentry center and get gainful employment, and hold him accountable to the registry. So I would be in favor today. He's 30 years old now. Is the time to turn it around. If not for his own sake, for, as he explained, the sake of his children. Ms. Chance?
I am not in favor today of Mr. Cook simply because I am just concerned about the fact that he was employed when he was in the community, lost the job because he had problems regarding a friend of his that's lost. He comes into the facility, he gets a job assignment, and then he leaves it to go constantly talk on the phone and not really accepting the responsibility of the job assignment that was given. I do understand why you would want to see him go out in the community because he screwed up his last probation, and parole is a little bit closer for him that, would hold him more accountable. But I just can't support Mr. Cook today. The fact that he had a gun was denying where he got the gun and whose gun it was, and the fact that he only had it for a day was concerning. I know it's his first and only gun charge.
That's one version of the story. Yeah,
Right.
only a day.
Right.
Throw in he was on probation. Mr. Zarkov.
Thank you. So I do share some of the same concerns of my colleagues based on what I've read and what we heard today. At the same time, this is his first incarceration. He has a number of convictions, mostly for larceny, violation of probation. It doesn't seem like he has any history of violence. He does have some support in the community. His girlfriend wrote a letter of support for him. And he completed some programs in the facility. So I'd like to give him a chance and go to a grand discussion for all.
Okay. So I have halfway house, no driving. Stay away from the G Mini Mart at 604 Ferry Street, New Haven. And general no contact. Jamal Fuller, Brent Baker, and Jamal Dunlap, and Sakir Wilfong. So all four of them related to either the current offense or the prior arrested with him before. Anything to add? Okay. So in the matter of Randy Cook, inmate number 448020, there is a motion to grant parole on or after eligibility date of June 3rd, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision. Halfway house placement, no driving without your parole officer's permission. You're to stay away from the G Mini Mart at 604 Ferry Street, New Haven. And you're to have general no contact with Jamal Fuller, Brent Baker, Jamal Dunlap, and Sakir Wilfong. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? So you've been granted discretionary parole by majority vote. Mr. Cook, don't get any DRs between now and June, or this could change the decision. But please work with your parole officer there to support you being successful and have access to programs and services in the community, including vocational, that may help you.
Okay.
This concludes the parole hearing for Randy Cook, 448020. You're all set, Mr. Cook. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
So,
Thank you.
Ms. would that be offense on probation and nature and circumstance for you?
Yes.
I'll note that in the written decision.
Can we pull this out?
Oh, I
Take a minute break.
Sure. Are you in favor?
You're all set. You're all set.
2 months?
Thank you.
Oh, more than that. No, 2 months, right? Honestly,
no,
pretty
it's-
ambivalent. I mean, I don't care. 2 months not gonna make it.
It's 1 month because it's June 6th and we're in.
Oh, well, it's in May, yeah. So it's really even less.
Okay.
I think it
All
can be
right,
both ways.
based on the
Yeah.
DR and the job loss, I
Yeah,
think he was making fun of it.
it was.
Do you ladies need a comfort break?
No.
Next up, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Greg.
Are we doing on time?
It's 11:40.
Mr. Holloway, give us a few minutes. We'll be with you shortly.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Hey, you're gonna trade an AP if you want to eat. Does that cook?
Morning, Mr. Holloway.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Good morning, Alex Sarkoff.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Marcus Holloway, 405-131.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Marcus Holloway, 405-131. He is serving a sentence of 9 years, followed by 5 years special parole for assault first discharge firearm, carrying a pistol without a permit. He has a violation of probation. The underlying charge is illegal possession of a weapon in a motor vehicle. He has an additional violation of probation of possession with intent to sell or dispense, and then a final conviction for assault third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 26, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voices, tier 2, and anger management. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Holloway, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I want to thank the parole board for giving me this opportunity to speak and a chance to be heard. First, I want to say I'm sorry to my victim and his family, not for just the physical harm that I caused, but the long-term trauma I left them. Second, I want to say I'm sorry to my community for my selfish act and putting them on high alert and harm's way due to my action. There's no excuse for the way I acted on that day. I also want to say I'm sorry to my family, especially to my son, for being absent from his life this long to my selfish act. Now I would like to talk about my journey incarcerated. I came in 20 years old with a 16-year-old mindset. I was still blaming everybody else for my reason in jail but myself. I didn't even see myself finishing this time that I was sentenced to. I was caught in the moment that tomorrow didn't matter. I thought I knew it all and nobody could tell me otherwise. But every time I get in trouble, I would ask myself, why always me? Why am I always the one getting in trouble? And why do I have to suffer while everybody else gets to go about their life? I could never understand that. I could never understand that until I was in SAG one time and thought to myself, it's my actions and mostly it's my decisions I'm making that's putting me in these situations. I realized with growth, you have to be willing to change. And that's when I started my self-development journey. I want to make sure I say I take full accountability for my actions that led me getting tickets and ending up in SAG. My trials and tribulations are what gives me the drive to never go backwards again. I knew I was growing and maturing. I spent my last 9 years here and I've learned how to become a man and see life different. I felt like some people need to work on self-development more than others. And I was at the top of that list, not saying education isn't important, but for me at the time, self-development was my major focus. I also been working on how to become a better father and look forward to coming home, becoming a pillar to my community. I want to be a success story. The first part of success is taking accountability. Getting that opportunity to start over and having another chance at life, I began looking for ways for more growth. So I began looking at my outcome and the rest of my journey for when I'm home. So I end up finding out that I have a great opportunity. I have a great job opportunity at Bazzuto's in Cheshire, and happy to say that I will be a hard worker there and continue to focus on my positivity, on my growth. When I'm home, I also made a decision to get my driver's license so I could obtain my CDL's license for myself while working at Bazzuto's. I'm looking forward to the responsibilities of everyday life and stability. I feel good and hope you see that I'm ready. Thank you for listening.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Holloway. We appreciate that you took the time to write down a statement. We have read the documents that were available to us and we've prepared questions to ask you.
Yes.
We are trying to determine whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 9 years you have to serve out in the community on discretionary parole before you begin 5 years of special parole. So we will take turns asking those questions of you, and then we'll discuss amongst ourselves and make a decision. Any questions?
No, ma'am.
Great. We'll start with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Holloway, when did you write that statement?
I wrote this 2 weeks ago.
And that was after your interview with a parole officer?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, I appreciate you taking the time to write it.
Yes.
Because when I read some of the things that you responded to the parole officer during the interview today, you sound like a different person. And I'll tell you why I say that. So you were unemployed.
Yes.
Using drugs, selling drugs, and carrying a gun without a permit.
Yes.
You also said that you felt that you were being overpunished because of the lengthy sentence that you received. But now, looking back at your charges, do you still feel that way after writing that opening statement?
I do feel overpunished, but only reason why I say that is because I've been down 9 years already. And to DOC, it didn't count 18 months, but I've been living in here for 9 years. I came to jail in 2017.
Well, Mr. Holloway, I'm gonna ask you again. Look back at your offenses.
Yes,
They are very, very serious charges.
yes,
Your assault was because you shot at a victim.
yes,
You were carrying a pistol without a permit.
yes,
And then you had 2 counts of violation of probation, which included another gun charge.
yes.
So, and then you have another assault, and then you were selling. Why weren't you working?
To be honest, I was just young and I don't have no excuse for that. But I feel like that's the younger me. That was the younger me. I didn't really have the right guidance. I take all accountability for it, but I really have no answer.
Right. But I actually like what you sat down and wrote. Because it speaks to the fact that, forget about what you're saying about you're overpunished. Because I'm sure eventually it will dawn on you that your offenses are quite serious.
No, yes, they are.
Because you see what gun charges are doing to our community.
Yes.
So that's a public safety issue.
Yes.
And so I think, as you said, you're almost did the 9 years. I think you need to just let that go and focus on how you want to live your life when you go back in the community.
Understand.
Now, you completed the anger management and the tier 2 and the voices programs.
Yes.
Did you have a job assignment?
Yes.
What was it?
I was the laundryman, the barber, and the tier man.
Wow. For someone who didn't work before, you certainly had different assignments. So did you enjoy doing all 3 of them?
Yes.
What did you gain from those job assignments? What skills?
People skills, I could say. That's the most people skills, dealing with other people, especially in this type of environment.
And also, you got up every day, you went to work, you did a day's job, you got along with everyone. Or it seems once you got over your DRs that you were working out. So what was going on with you while you received all those DRs in 2024?
Just being young, angry, just being more just immature.
So it's almost 2 years ago, you had one for destruction of property, security tampering, and fighting. And then the month before that, you had an intox ticket. So all that was happening because you were angry?
No, not more just angry. Like I said, I'm not going to blame it on it, but majority is immaturity. Just feeling that there's no excuse.
Yeah, because, you took the anger management in January of 2023, and you're telling me in all of 2024, you got all those tickets, And you're saying because you were angry, you actually got 20 tickets. And the tier 2 and the voices you did this year.
Yes,
So you just went pretty angry and got all those 20 tickets.
no. I got the 20 tickets within the time of my incarceration.
Right. I understand that. But I'm just looking at the last, 5 that you had a little less than 2 years ago. So you did the tier 2 when you did the voices. What did you learn? And how have those 2 programs changed you so that you could write that good opening statement?
Voices taught me the victim impact about victims,
And what about victims?
that their feelings matter, and how, as me who I was back then, didn't really care for violating other people's rights and putting them in harm's way. I never knew how much I impacted people by giving them that trauma. That's what the voice is.
Yeah.
With tier two, I learned a lot in tier 2. I learned that it starts with you. It starts with self. If you want to change, then you have to take the right steps to change.
What steps for those?
For me, it took me that I had to cut out all the negative things that was going on in my life that I used to look up to, that was influencing me. I had to cut that out to see what I really wanted.
And what is it that you think you want?
Really, for being in jail this long, right now, I want stability. I want to live my life. I want my freedom. I want to take care of my son.
How old was your son when you were incarcerated?
Say it again, I couldn't hear you.
How old was your son?
He was 1 year old.
Okay. Have you maintained a relationship with him throughout your incarceration?
Yes.
Okay. What about the victims? How well did you know the 2 victims?
Not well. That was my sister's boyfriend.
So what would you say to those 2 victims today?
I apologize for my actions. And if I had a chance to take it back, I'd do it a different way. We could talk about it. We could, we could agree to disagree.
Okay, so what is it that you want to do? In your opening statement, you said you had a job opportunity at Bazoodas and
Yes.
you want to get your CDL.
Yes.
But I thought I also heard that you want to get your GED.
Yes.
Why haven't you gotten it since you've been incarcerated for so long?
I was signed up for school a lot, but due to the tickets you get, when you catch a ticket in school, you get kicked out of school and you have to wait 120 days to resign. So every time I'll wait, I'll sign back up and then I'll get a ticket again due to my immaturity. I figured once I started to change myself, I felt like that's what I had to focus on the most at the time.
Right. So you're now what, 29?
Yes.
You're gonna be 30 in a few months.
Yes,
Okay, so you know that that kind of behavior is just gonna bring you back probably for even longer sentence.
yes.
Um, Tell me, you said that you wanted to attend a trade school. Is that to get your CDL or were you thinking of something else?
No, I still want to attend trade school. That's just
For
something I
what?
just want to, for me, I just want to learn trades for myself.
What kind
Rather,
of trade?
all of them, electrician, carpentry,
Have you looked into
masonry.
any of that?
I had one of my friends look into what Logan told me about Prince Tech, and I didn't get no feedback yet from it, but I had him look into it.
Okay. So you do have a job and your release plan is to go to a halfway house, but you have the support of your mother, your brother, and your 2 sisters.
Yes.
What do you think was your biggest obstacle that you faced during your incarceration?
Myself, overcoming like the things that I'm just so used to doing. That was like the biggest obstacle, is like seeing that I was doing wrong without knowing I was doing wrong.
What's the biggest high risk you think you'll face when you go back in the community?
Right now, I don't really see myself falling victim to any of the nonsense that's going on because I separated. I don't really have like that influence that I had before. I'm older now. So I can't really sit here and pinpoint what it is because like I haven't been out there since I was 20 years old.
Well, you were there, you had guns, you were selling drugs, you were sort of a big man around town. You've been selling for a long time, since you were very young.
Yes.
So the concern would be that, a high risk would be being around people with guns,
Yes.
not having a job, and not selling drugs. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions, and I wish you all the best.
Thanks, Ms.
Thank you.
Chance. Mr. Zarkoff.
Also, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Holloway, there are a few things that concern me about your situation. You got a new conviction while you were incarcerated for the assault on another inmate. You got a fighting DR after you completed anger management, which speaks to me that you maybe didn't get much out of that program. And you have a very violent, conflict-ridden relationship with one of your sisters.
Yes.
So you have, there were 2 previous protective orders involving her, and in the pre-sentence investigation done in 2019, you had some pretty strong words for her. So where do things stand with your sister?
I don't talk to her no more. I haven't talked to her
Great. Okay.
in a long time.
So she wouldn't be part of your support system. And, it's best if you two stay away from each other.
No, I'm agreeing with that.
So you didn't have a driver's license. Have you ever had a driver's license?
No, no, ma'am.
Okay. So, you know, when my colleague was asking you about the Voices program and you were expressing your apology to the victim, you know, I think we need to cast that net more broadly because you threatened to kill your sister. You engaged in a police pursuit, which put everybody in the community in danger because not only did you, you know, drive recklessly, but you don't have the privilege of driving because you didn't qualify or even test for a driver's license. And you were peddling poison to your community, specifically heroin and crack that you yourself don't use, right? My read on your drug history was Percocets and marijuana. So
Correct.
you were willing to harm people in order to line your own pockets and exploit people suffering with an addiction and take money from their families that might have been needed for food and rent in order to have what you wanted for your family without doing an honorable day's job. Do I have all that right?
Correct.
Okay. You know, it seems very, very clear to me why you got a 9-year sentence. You were on probation when all of this was going on.
No.
Then you were
Correct.
out of control.
Correct. Correct. There's no excuse. But that's what that victim, I mean, that's what the Voices program, it awoke in my horizon when I took that class and it showed me about the victims, how other people look at certain things instead of from one point of view.
But what I'm trying to get across to you, sir, is that the victim isn't just the person you interact with and physically harm, like the assault there in prison or your sister's boyfriend that you shot, but everybody in the community gets impacted by the presence of gun violence. It makes people fearful. It keeps them isolated from their community because they don't want to fall victim to random gunfire. You get people, you're victimizing people who are suffering with an addiction and their family members by taking the money, selling them drugs that they, you know, are suffering with the effects of. So it's important that you appreciate that it's broader than what you have laid out. So, you know, I'm inclined to require you to do another anger management class when you're out in the community on 5 years of special parole. Do you think you could benefit from that?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I agree. I made a note to myself. I think you referred to yourself as hot-headed.
Yes.
What's behind all the anger? I read in the PSI that you had a good childhood. Your needs were met.
I can't. It's no excuse.
I'm not looking for an excuse. I'm looking for any insight into why your behavior is driven by the feeling of anger and overreacting and acting on the fly instead of bringing, you know, reason to bear. So what's behind the anger?
I say due to the trauma, due to my environment.
Okay.
Due to my trauma, due to my environment, it's like.
Well, you're going to be 30. It's time to take responsibility for, you know, the life experiences that you've had that have caused you some emotional and psychological harm, and figure that out instead of, you know, coming back to prison because you aren't managing your emotions.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
What was the issue with Mr. Williams there at Brooklyn that you couldn't contain yourself appropriately?
That was over cards. I say again, when I was young, I was over cards, playing cards. We was playing cards, and it just got into a heated argument, and then one thing led to another.
All right, sir, you are now going to be 30, as my colleague pointed out. You don't get
Yes.
to use that excuse anymore.
Yes. No, I
We're
just, I
done with
say,
the questions. We're going to discuss. Please don't interrupt. Ms. Chance?
Mr. Holloway was very concerning to me as I was going through his record. I was very surprised when he read that opening statement that he wrote about some of the insights that he gained and what he's learned about himself, of course, with the exception of his issue with anger. But I do hear some change. I appreciated the fact that he had 3 different job assignments and was able to take away some job skills from that, considering that he never had a job while in the community. I was a bit concerned about the 20 DRs that he received during the almost 9 years that he's been incarcerated. But he, does have a reasonable release plan. He says he has a job opportunity at Bazoodas. He wants to go to AI Prince Tech for a trade. He wants to, obtain his GED and connect with his 10-year-old son that he hasn't seen in like 9 years. So he does sound positive despite his extensive or serious criminal history. I would be willing to give him an opportunity to go out on discretionary parole for a number of reasons, because he's been incarcerated for so long. He does sound like, he's made some changes in his life. And he has a little over a year between his discretionary parole and his 5-year special parole. So I would like to give him that opportunity, but to also let him know if during that year he screws up, he comes back, that's kind of it for Mr. Holloway. So I hope he takes advantage of the opportunity that he's given.
I am not in favor of granting Mr. Holloway discretionary parole today. I'm thrilled that he has 5 years of special parole to follow this sentence. But this is a person who was just absolutely reckless out in the community. He was on probation for a weapon in a motor vehicle, and the police recovered 2 guns from him when he threatened to kill his sister. He was selling heroin, crack, and marijuana and discharged a firearm at another human being. And then he comes into prison on these charges and 2 counts of violation of probation and gets another assault. By my count, from the 20 DRs, 7 of them were fights or assaults, 3 were intox. He did the anger management program and got a fighting DR. So I'm not seeing the change. It's very concerning to me. We read all the time about offenders willing to carry firearms to protect their drugs and their money. But this is a case of an individual who was willing to take that gun and shoot at another human being. Shot him in the leg. So I think it's appropriate that he has 5 years of special parole, and I'd like to see him go out end of sentence. Mr. Zarka.
I certainly understand the dilemma here. The charges and convictions are very serious. It hasn't really been a smooth road, for Mr. Holloway, in the facility with all the DRs and the new assault conviction. I do take into account his age, the time of offense, and I do hear some growth, especially considering he's been growing up in this environment. I'd like to give him a chance and vote in favor of discretion and vote.
Okay, so conditions, anger management, halfway house, no driving.
Right, I have all of it.
No co-defendant Edwin Aguilar, and no contact with victims Byron Johnson. Ooh, H and JW. Anything to add?
Nope, I had all of those.
Okay. So in the matter of Marcus Holloway, inmate number 405131, there is a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after his eligibility date of 6/26/2026 with the following conditions for his supervision and his special parole. Anger management, halfway house placement, no driving without your parole officer's permission, no contact with co-defendant Edwin Aguilar, and no contact with victims initials BJ, AH, and JW. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. So by majority decision, Mr. Holloway has been granted about 15 months of discretionary parole before he begins 5 years of special parole, and he will appear on the state's deadly weapon offender registry.
This concludes the parole hearing for Marcus Holloway, 405131. Mr. Holloway, you're all set. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
All
You
right,
get
thank
another
you.
DR, sir, this could change the decision.
All right, thank you.
Nature and circumstance, offense on probation, offenses, probation, and full institutional adjustment are my reasons.
Mr. Mena's up next.
Thank you. Mena, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All set, panel?
You have three, right, Nancy? Yeah.
Yes. All set. Good afternoon, Mr. Mena.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Start off.
Joy Chance.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Lubriel Mena. My inmate number is 330233.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Lubriel Mena, 330233. He is serving a sentence of 25 years, execution suspended after serving 10 years, followed by 20 years probation for 2 counts of sexual assault first, victim less than 13, after 2 or more years older. He is to remain on the sex offender registry for life. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of August 18, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed Voices, the short track sex offender program, alternatives to violence, basic and advanced, people empowering people, and he's a laundry worker. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Mena, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
May I read a letter I wrote?
Yes, please.
Well, I apologize if it's kind of, I really don't know how to express myself like that. So I try to write my expression completely on the paper.
Is that 2 pages?
No, just one paper, just one.
Okay.
Well, I know that, you probably made your decision about me before I walked into the door. And I know that you're probably thinking I don't deserve to go home. I don't blame you. I made a lot of mistakes in my life. The last thing I want is for you to think I'm making any excuses, because I'm not. All my life I've been judged and never had a voice to defend myself. I've never had the opportunity to fight for my life and fight for my freedom. My life wasn't always simple. I grew up with a lot of trauma and physical and emotional abuse in my life. I was abused when I was young. I grew up with my grandmother. My grandmother did everything she could to raise me, the proper way. My mom was an addict, always in and out of my life, but this time being in prison, I'm learning about myself. I learned, how to love myself. I learned how to forgive myself and to forgive others for especially for the crimes. I'm here in jail paying for these crimes. This time being incarcerated, I learned that I know how to respect others and respect everybody's decision. I know that I have to live with this situation my whole life, and I hope that someday I can be forgiven. And given a second chance, I promise to myself and to the others that I will make amends, even if it takes the rest of my life. And I'm sorry for the pain and the confusion and the hurt that I caused people. I'm here paying for my mistakes after all. And, this is called the Department of Correction. I'm here correcting my mistakes and paying for my mistakes. And I refuse to let this situation decide my life and dictate who I am. I've learned to respect others and love others as I love myself. I learned to love Jesus in this time since I've been here. He's been an inspiration in my life. Without him, I'm not sure where my mental state would have been. I hope that I can be forgiven as Jesus forgives us for all our sins. Please, I beg you and hope that you can find it in your heart to give me another chance to prove my worth, to prove myself that I am not worthless, that I can be somebody. And thank you for the opportunity to have me here to express myself. All I want is to be with my family, and family is everything to me. I want to let you know that it was hard for me to forgive myself, because if I didn't forgive myself, I let it hold power over me. And I've learned that you have to learn how to love yourself to be able to forgive others, love others. And that's what I did this time being in prison. I learned how to find myself and love myself and learn how to respect everyone else. Thank you for everything.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mena. I want to clarify something for you. So
Yes, ma'am.
we are here to make a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 10 years you have to serve out in the community on parole supervision before you begin 20 years of probation. And we make that decision in light of the interests of public safety.
Okay.
We use our minds, our best judgment. It has nothing to do with our hearts. So we will not be finding it in our hearts to decide one way or the other. This is an intellectual exercise based on judgment and assessment of your suitability. I find it very interesting to hear you speak of forgiveness and the fact that you are sorry, because up until your interview with the parole officer, you were denying these crimes. So what we've done today is read all the documents available to us and prepared questions to ask you. And then after we're done with the questions, we will discuss your case. You'll be able to listen, but not contribute. And then we'll have a decision. So we'll begin the questions this afternoon with my colleague, Mr. Sarkov.
Madam Chair, good afternoon, Mr. Mena.
Good afternoon, sir.
So just to follow up on what my colleagues was just saying to you, and I've heard you also mention several times in the opening statement that you want to be forgiven. What do you hope to be forgiven for?
I want to be forgiven for the crimes that were committed.
So you admit to committing these crimes?
I know I told Ms. Logan no, but it's a shameful thing. I'm ashamed of myself, and I've been through so much that I couldn't handle the situation where I had to live with it for the last 8.5 years in this jail, going through all this pain, and I just didn't know how to handle the situation. It's a shameful situation. I'm a man, and the crimes that were committed, it hurts me to even admit it, but I have to be honest. And it came a time where I wanted to take my life because of the situation that was going on, because I knew it was wrong. And I'm here paying for the mistakes, and I'm here paying for the crimes. And to hear the issue, to hear the issue over and over by other people, and it's just a shame I have to carry for the rest of my life. Is an unbearable hurt that I have to live with. I have to live with that. I have to live with the mistakes I've made in my life.
Okay, well, I appreciate you accepting responsibility now. Did something happen recently where it made you take responsibility finally? Because your interview with the parole officer was not too long ago, right?
Yes.
And you seem to adamantly deny anything at that time.
I was reading the Bible, and I try to do my best to read the Bible here and there, and not to put religion and things in it. It's just sometimes when you look for guidance and try to look for answers that you can't find, I was told that you can always find it in the Bible and talk to God. So that night that I told Ms. Logan that, I felt this I can't explain it, but like this overwhelming situation where I was like, you gotta let it go. You got whatever it is that you're holding inside, let it go and just tell the truth. I'm already paying for my crimes. So this, I guess at the end of the day, my reputation, everything that I've done in my life is already gone because of my mistakes. So what is it for me to admit my mistakes? And I prayed and I felt, that when I read, I felt that I just like, what? The worst thing that can happen is they deny me. At the end of the day, at least in your conscience, in your heart, by you saying what you need to say, you're free from that burden, which I'm never going to be free from the burden, because it's, like I said, it's a mistake I have to live with the rest of my life.
Was it really a mistake, sir? This was a continuous abuse.
It was a choice. It was a wrong choice that I've made, and I like I said, I don't speak properly. I don't speak perfectly. I try to speak to my expression, and I apologize. But yeah, okay. It was a choice. It was a choice, because a mistake is something that I learned that happens unintentionally. But when you make a choice, that's a choice you have to live with. So I want to say that that's a choice that I've made. That was a choice that I'm gonna have to live with for the rest of my life.
Why do you think you made those choices?
To be honest, I have no idea. I have no idea why I made those choices. I can't give you an answer that, I'm not trying to give you something that I want you to think that that's what you want to hear. I'm just going to be honest with myself and just, I really don't understand why I made those choices. I might have been blindsided. I might have been blinded. I might have had, anger. I'm not sure. But like I said, here I've been learning to find myself and learning to find, my mental status, to find what makes me tick, to find my coping skills, to find, what other things, why did I do what I had, why I did. And like I said, it was a bad choice. It was a bad choice that I did.
So you were arrested in 2006, and then you posted bond and took off to another state. Is that what happened?
2006.
I get the date wrong.
Crimes for 2011 and 2014.
16.
That would make more sense. He went to Pennsylvania.
Why'd you took off to Pennsylvania?
I was in Pennsylvania, yes, but it wasn't because I bolted, because I didn't have any warrants, I didn't have anything. My choice to move to Pennsylvania was because I had no one out here. In the situation that was going on, it was hard for me. It was hard for me. So my I'm gonna say so-called father, because he wasn't really my father, gave me a choice to go with him to Pennsylvania to, to get away from everything that was going on. And I went over there. I took the choice. I went over there. I stopped smoking weed. I stopped smoking cigarettes. I started working and signed up for school, tried to get my driver's license, try to get my life together, my mental state back together, because the situation that was going on, it was weighing heavy on me. So I went over there. It was not because I was running, because I wasn't running, because if I was running, I would have never posted anything on social media, where I was at, my whereabouts, I have no reason to run. So, and then when I got arrested in Pennsylvania, I volunteered to get extradited over here to Connecticut, because at the moment I didn't know what was going on until I got here to to Connecticut. That's when they told me what I was being charged with.
Okay, well, I appreciate the explanation, but effectively you did go to another state to escape prosecution.
But I wasn't going through court. A warrant didn't come out till August of 2017. I was in Pennsylvania for almost 2 years.
When did you get arrested for the sexual assault?
I got arrested in Pennsylvania November 5th in Pennsylvania, I think, 2017. And then
when did you get arrested for the sexual assault?
In November, here in Connecticut, 11/29/2017.
All right. You haven't really said anything about the victims in your opening statement. What do you think has been the impact of your offenses on the victims?
I didn't mention because, like I said, it's a shame. It's I heard two, especially I heard my own child, and it's just hard to live with this every day with the choice I've made. And that's why I said I hope I can be forgiven. I know I should have mentioned the name, but.
So we heard that piece, but what do you think has been the impact on the victim?
I didn't hear that. I'm sure it was. I probably ruined their life. Because I felt like my life was ruined when it happened to me. And it hurts every day knowing that what was done to me, I did to others.
Right. And I'm sorry for what happened to you, but it is your responsibility to make sure that you get help that you need, right? So that no one else gets hurt.
Yes, I understand that. And that's why in here, I try to join, all the programs I could join so I could, get messages out of it and learn how to cope with things and learn how to cope with my, with anger, and learn how to cope with, my I don't want to choose the words wrong, but, with my sexual status, and learn that, I'm not gonna say I did, but I do have a problem. and that it needs to be worked on. And I've been doing everything in my power and my will to work on my situation. And there's nothing worse than living with the shame in your life of causing harms to others.
Did you learn anything about yourself from the problem sexual behavior treatment?
Excuse me?
Did you learn anything about yourself from the problem sexual behavior treatment?
Yes. Yes, I did. I learned that when I did what I did was out of anger, not out of pleasure, as you know, of just trying to satisfy my needs or satisfy my ways. It was angry, and every time it was because, you know, of I never had the way to cope with my past, and never, you know, I just felt that my mom should have defended me when I was young, and her being an addict and using drugs and in and out of in my life, and felt abandoned by her, that I had all that anger because when her friend did what they did to me, I felt that I was worthless, I was hopeless, and I didn't know how to work with that. So I felt that the triggers in my life was, you know, I was angry about that. So when I caused harm, I thought at moments, I thought it was just a normality, but it wasn't. It's not normal to do things like that. And that's why when I was at home before I got arrested, I don't know if you guys got it on record or not, but I was in a psychiatric home for like 2 weeks because I tried to commit suicide.
Mr. Mena, you have a right to your privacy, so I'm going to ask you not to put out such personal information. The hearing is being live streamed.
All right, I'm sorry.
So it's for your sake, but please continue.
Right. And I learned that it's not okay. It's not okay to do that. It's not. It's I just don't have the words to say, and I don't want to say just anything. But I know that I need to work more on myself. I need to work more on my mental state. I need to work more on my behavior, and know that I need to take accountability for the things that I've done, because at the end of the day, it is I who committed the crimes, and I need to learn more that what I did was wrong. And I keep saying it, that it's a shame that I have to live with for the rest of my life. It's a shame that no matter where I go, what I do, it's always going to be there. It's going to be always a burden on me because of the crimes that I've committed.
Did you learn anything else from programs that you think will be helpful to you, or that you want us to know?
The program that really stuck out to me the most was AVP, Alternative to Violence program. Because, like I said, because of that program, I learned that I am somebody, that I know that I can learn how to communicate, and that I do have a voice, that if I have an issue or a problem or feeling a certain way, that I can speak about it. And, you know, even though people judge and people always going to treat you a certain way, that I can learn how to cope with it and find coping skills to deal with the situation. And that I learned, like I said, I learned I started learning more about myself, more about learning to love myself instead of hating myself, because I hated myself for so long that I felt that I was a worthless person, that I'm not worth anything in this world. And, you know, I've learned that you need for all that pain and all that hurt to find somebody to talk to. And here it's kind of difficult because if you don't have, counselors or certain people that you want to talk to without being judged, it's kind of hard, but I still find my way. So if I have an issue, I know that I can write to mental health and talk to them, but I've been doing, I think I've been doing okay so far, as in if I have an issue, I know that I can talk to somebody. And I learned to respect others, and I learned that no means no, and also that if somebody asks to do something and it's not appropriate, to let them know that.
Yep. You don't have any disciplinary reports, so that's good. How do you think you're going to deal with probation? You have a very long period of community supervision following your sentence.
I'm sorry, as you sound a little muzzled.
How are you going to deal with probation? Community supervision.
How I'm going to deal with probation?
Yeah, it's a very long period of probation. There's going to be a lot of very harsh conditions. At least they may seem harsh to you. How are you going to approach that?
Well, I've been on probation before, and I know that I was young. I was young, I was stupid, I was ignorant, so I violated a lot because I didn't want to stop smoking weed. Sir, I've been in jail a long time, and this is not where I want to be. And in probation, well, it's not hard to follow the rules out there. It's not hard to go to probation when I need to go. If they tell me to do the programs, I have to go to the programs. I have a job lined up with my stepfather, let be. He's a general manager of Valvoline. So, I have a job lined up. So what I want to do is work and home. I don't want to do nothing else. Just work at home. I've been incarcerated too long to do anything stupid. I don't want to be back here. This took my almost 10 years of my life, and it was not a good hayride. This is the worst thing I've ever been through.
Okay, that's all I have for questions. Thank you for answering my questions, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Chance.
Mr. Manna, I just want to clarify. You continuously denied committing this offense. Okay? You gave a few examples of, why there may have been some misunderstanding. But when you were asked what responsibility you take for it, your answer was, you take responsibility for being a good father and that you're not gonna change your decision or your story because you didn't admit it. So what happened between your interview, the PSI, and the court document to change your mind today?
He talked about the Bible.
I was scared too. I was scared, I was scared because who wants to admit a horrible crime like that, and I'm here, I gotta grow up and I need to take responsibility for what I've done. And when Miss Logan asked me that, it was like, which is out of the blue. So it's like I didn't know how to respond to that.
Yeah.
So.
And then you took the short-term sex offender program in 2023. It's obvious that wasn't very helpful either.
2023.
Because you still denied it.
I don't remember. I don't remember what program in 2023.
Okay, so you're saying that today you're actually acknowledging it and that reading the Bible helped you to understand that.
I can't say reading the Bible like that, but yes, I found inspiration in that. I found inspiration in the words that I needed, the guidance I needed. I found that. And it may sound ridiculous, but for me, it's something that it just I needed to find the courage to admit my wrong. And I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it for anyone. I'm doing it for me, so I can get this burden out of my heart and this burden out of my life. So I told myself, you know what? You said what you said, but you just be truthful, because at the end of the day, it's all I have. All I have is my word.
And then you said the AVP had to develop coping skills and you learned how to deal with it. But what is it that you learned how to deal with? Is it accepting the responsibility for what you did?
Yes. I learned how to deal with the responsibility of the crimes I've committed. Because if I'm not responsible, then I'm just gonna keep living in a lie. And when you're living in a lie, I gotta keep up with too many lies. I don't wanna do that. I just wanna be free of this.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for answering my questions. I think my colleague went over the others, so I'll say.
Great. Okay, Mr. Mena, please sit quietly while we discuss.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Zarkoff.
Estimated is here on two very, very serious convictions. 2 counts of assault first that involved
Very, very young victims.
very young victims continuously for a period of time. I was disappointed to read through his interview with the parole officer, where he made quite a number of very concerning statements. Today, finally, he does accept responsibility. I think it's a great start. I want him to know that it's a big deal. He's finally able to say that he did commit these offenses. I think it's a big deal. He did complete a few programs, including the problem sexual behavior treatment, and received no disciplinary reports. For me, the nature of these offenses is just way too much to overcome. And while I appreciate him coming forward today, again, it is a big deal. It's just not enough to overcome the harm that was caused. He does have a long period of community supervision, and he'll have a chance to really work on his issues, and he's still relatively young coming out, so I'm going to be in denial today.
What stood out for me and concerned me was all the other people that he persisted in blaming. His attorney, the victim's mother, his caseworker having a vendetta, and his daughter's grandfather. And he was willing to throw absolutely everybody under the bus because he couldn't face the shame of admitting that he violated repeatedly these 2 children. And then to come here after saying to parole officer Logan, I didn't do this and I'm not going to change my story. And here we have a whole new story. It would be one thing if the change was brought around as a result of participating in the sex offender treatment program, but he's telling us he doesn't even remember that. So he's got 2 standing criminal protective orders against him until the year 2099. And like you pointed out, 20 years of probation and lifetime on the sex offender registry. So I'm good with that. Okay, so I have nature and circumstance, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate release plan. Anything you want to add? Okay, so in the matter of Lubriel Mania, inmate number 330233, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. The nature and circumstances of your offenses, your inadequate evidence of offender change, and your inadequate release plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Parole is denied.
Thank you for your time.
This concludes the parole hearing for Lubriel Mena, 330233. You're all set, Mr. Mena. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
Were you surprised? All right, I need water and
Stop, Mr. Morales.
All right. Mr. Morales will be with you shortly. Just give us a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now it is.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Morales.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Good afternoon, Alex Sutcliffe.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Orlando Morales, 428486.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Orlando Morales, 428486. He is serving a sentence of 3 years flat for illegal alteration of firearm identification, illegal possession of a large cap magazine, and criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, or defense weapon. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of April 30th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed Voices Tier 2, and he's enrolled in his first semester of college. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Morales, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe he should be granted parole. You may begin.
I wrote a letter. I was gonna read it.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Orlando Morales, and I want to start off by saying thank you to the parole panel for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I have been incarcerated 2 years and 3 months, have no tickets while being incarcerated, and have had a significant amount of time to work on myself and become the man that my son, family, and the community could count on as a productive member of society. I would like to apologize to the community for the decisions that I have made in the past. I now understand the impact my choices had and am truly remorseful for it. I take full responsibility for my crime and have been working on myself to correct the way that I was living. Ways that I have worked on myself to become a productive member of society since being incarcerated are educating myself and accomplishing goals I have set for myself, such as obtaining my GED, completing building materials curriculum and the carpentry vocation education program, also completing a 21-week biblical discipleship course, and completed the advanced study of the Gospels, both for high honors, through the ministry of Golden State Baptist Institute, where I now have 2 credits towards an associate theology degree. Through the church that I'm working with, I plan on starting a nonprofit organization to help educate the youth in my community with different trade knowledge. I have also completed the Voices program in Tier 2, where I have learned many things, such as the impact my crime has had on the community and how deep the trauma impacts many more people than I thought before taking Voices. Tier 2 has opened my eyes to the root causes of the trauma that made me start using in the first place. I am also enrolled in a book club and in class through Quinburg Valley Community College, where I am now going for an associate's degree in business management. If I were granted parole, I would have employment at Alejandro Landscaping, the Marriott, and doing carpentry work on multiple properties that is owned by a family friend as well. I plan on having a job and continue going to school upon my release of granted parole. Another major thing that has happened since being incarcerated is becoming a father to my son Isaias. This has impacted my outlook on life and made me realize that I have to break this cycle so I could be the positive father and role model that my son deserves and needs. Thank you for giving me the chance to read this letter and taking the time to listen.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Morales. You covered a lot of ground in that letter, and that's very helpful. I know you've been through this process before, because back in November of 2023, you were granted discretionary parole and you were serving a sentence then that also involved a firearm. And here we are, your 3rd firearm conviction. Very concerning choices, sir. So on the positive side, you have, as you pointed out, no DRs. You earned your high school diploma. Congratulations. You've engaged in vocational education as well as working towards 2 associate's degrees, and we received numerous support letters.
Yes.
So the other half of the equation is that you've been afforded 3 opportunities at community release and been unsuccessful all 3 times. At the age of 28, you score high for your risk to reoffend, and you were on parole when they found that you had a loaded handgun in your vehicle and you were out selling marijuana. You have a drug history, both criminal and your own use of substances, and a criminal history that goes back to 2012. Started off with the drug sales. And you indicated that you had the gun for protection, and you want to go back to Waterbury. You want to sponsor your mom's home. So you're going back to a place that was so dangerous you felt you needed to carry a firearm out in the community. And now you're going to be on the deadly weapon offender registry and will not be able to have a firearm. You shouldn't have had one when you did. So how are you going to manage that?
I had more than 2 years to think about, like, I made the wrong choices in the past.
Yeah.
I realize now that it wasn't a smart choice, that I
It was
should have made
criminal,
different
sir.
choices. Yeah, it was the wrong choice, and I got to just make different choices. I have my son now, and I don't want to keep living this way and keep living the way
We
I
heard
was
you
living.
say that in your opening statement, but the question to you is, how are you going to deal with being back in Waterbury and not possessing a firearm for your protection if it's a place you felt so unsafe you needed a gun?
I'm gonna have to change the people I'm around, the places I'm at, and just stay around family and stay around positive things, stay around the church, and just do things different this time.
Do you know who was shooting at you outside your home?
I don't know if they were shooting who they were. I wasn't home when it happened. I was on the GPS and I was at the store when it happened. I
Okay,
don't know.
but you indicated you thought somebody was shooting at your home because of you. Do you know who that somebody was?
No.
Okay, so why would somebody want to shoot at you? You selling bad weed?
Maybe my past choices growing up. I made a lot of bad choices growing up.
You do appreciate that by virtue of being on the registry and now having 3 gun convictions, 2 things: your sentences are going forward always going to get longer than what you're serving now. And second, all eyes of law enforcement are going to be on you in Waterbury. You are a known gun offender and you'll be on the registry.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's important that you appreciate that. So, it's just concerning to me that a prior panel, not that long ago, would have had enough faith in you to grant you discretionary parole, and you would violate it in so many ways. Why didn't that support matter to you and help you get your life straight?
I feel like the support I had at that time, I just had the wrong mindset with it. Like, at that time, I still had a childish mindset. I wasn't on the path that I am now. I feel like I just wasn't thinking straight. I was thinking the wrong ways were like the right way to go about things. And I feel like I got more of a grasp on life now. I got more time to mature, realize that I don't want to keep living this way. I realized the mistakes I made, the choices I made in the past is not the right way to live. I had to realize that even though I was around certain things or seeing certain things growing up in that community, that's not the right way to live, that's not a way to live. I want to live different. I want to.
Well, it's not the right way to live if you want to grow old. That's for sure. So you completed the Tier 2 program. Let's see. I think you did it in your last bid too. Yep. Oh, no, you were removed without prejudice the last time. So this time you completed it. Your drugs of choice, you smoke marijuana every day and you use Percocet and Xanax. Anything else?
Yes. I used to drink sometimes too.
Okay. So you said you have identified the root causes that fueled your, I guess, self-medicating escape through illegal substance use. How will you, going forward, address the trauma that brought you to drug use?
Faith been the big thing for me, and staying positive, doing positive things. Like, I realized the way I grew up, growing up, seeing like things in the community I grew up in had me all like depressed, stressed out a lot, and I was using the wrong coping skills to deal with those things that wasn't healthy or positive for me, that brought me down the wrong path. Now I realize that there's healthy and positive ways, different things I can do, from breathing techniques, from stress copinisms, working out, to going to school, to reading the Bible, to praying. I found different ways to deal with stress, or cope with these things that I grew up going through the trauma, that is positive and more healthy, and that's going to help me.
Those are great ways to cope with the feelings, but, to really deal with the trauma, you have to unpack it. You've got to look at it and, and address it so that it's not impacting you so severely. So have you given any thought to working with a therapist or going to any groups?
Yeah, I thought about that. When I get home, I wanted to meet with therapists and do different groups as far as AA or NA to help me keep my mind straight and help me deal with the things that I had going on growing up and going through life, all the trauma I had.
Well, I'm glad that you have the coping strategies, but, stress is part of adulthood. It's part of life. We all experience, bills are due, rent's due, the boss wants something, your back starts to hurt, you need to get to the doctor, get a toothache, these things happen. So you have to, find ways to manage that aren't destructive to who you are. And in addition to stress, there's our histories, and you have a history of trauma. So you need to work with somebody to unpack it so that it doesn't have that power over you emotionally. So do you have any issues with asking for help?
No.
Well, I hope you'll pursue healthy ways to take care of your mental health. So, you were young, you were out in the community, you were doing a whole lot of nothing good. And I'm wondering if you've ever volunteered for a charity or a nonprofit.
Yes, when I was home the last time, I was working with the pastor. We were doing fundraisers for different countries and communities. They didn't have water supplies or wells in their community, and I helped do fundraisers, raise money, pass out food to the homeless. I did different things like that.
So, the problem with a fundraiser is it's an event and it takes a lot of planning and then it's over. So that's kind of different than being a regular volunteer with an agency that serves people, that, either takes care of animals or cleans up the environment or runs a hotline. So, while it's, great aspiration to open a nonprofit, you really should start with volunteering at one and see how they operate. Where do they get their money? How do they write grants? How do they staff? What do they do with their volunteers? Get some information about what it takes to run a nonprofit. There are dozens out there. No disrespect, Mr. Morales, but we don't need another one. What we need is you to give your time and your talents to something that's already running in the community. Get the experience. Bring your life story to that work. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand.
Yeah. So, because all of these charities end up sort of competing for the same pot of funding. So, where is your aunt's property management business?
My aunt's property management, she owns houses that she wants me to do
Where?
carpentry work in Waterbury.
Do you understand the position that you put us in?
Yes.
You know, we try to balance both sides of the scale, and we have to make these decisions in light of the interests of public safety. And you're somebody that we already granted that trust to, and you just crapped on it. So we'll see how it goes from here. Ms. Chance, any questions?
You know, Mr. Morales, I read where when you were in the community, I know when you were on probation and you participated in treatment, you completed it, but as soon as you were done, you went back to use it. How will it be different this time?
I feel like this time, even after I'm done, I have to stay in touch with counselors and even aftercare. Even when I'm done with the first part of the program, I feel like if I stay in touch or stay connected with counselors and different staff, that it'll keep me on the right path, staying with that community.
And weren't you on parole and probation at the same time?
No, I was on parole.
Did you finish that probation or were you violated on it?
On
You
the
didn't even get
probation,
to
they terminated it at court.
I don't know, for some reason, how many gun charges do you think you have?
I had 3.
Maybe I counted wrong. I thought it was 4.
I have 3.
But you're only 28, you know, Mr. Morales. 3 gun charges are pretty serious. It's a big ask today. But you took good programs and you're spending your time more wisely, and you don't have any disciplinary reports, but you're rated high. Okay, well, thank you for answering my questions. I'm all set.
Mr. Sarkoff.
No questions.
Okay, so that's it for the questions, Mr. Morales. You were on his past panel, Ms. Chance.
I know.
When he was at Cheshire. Like I said, you know, we've got pluses and we've got some very serious minuses. You know, it'd be one thing if he was just selling pot, but he's out there with a gun and
this is how I came in here.
Yeah.
With a question mark, because I noted that he had done the programs and
yeah.
But Rebecca, it's here, he said.
So I do want to note that he was granted discretionary parole 11/8 of 23, and he was returned with these new charges February 1st of 24. So that,
not even 3 months.
That's just.
I think it was released on November 27th. Sure, as I said,
February.
February, so.
Yeah,
Lots of
so
months.
he had holidays. But you know, so we have Mr. Morales, who really has turned a corner. Got his GED, he's academically inclined. He's got strong supports in the community. He has goals and aspirations. He even has a sponsor.
His mother.
Yep. When is the end of sentences?
August
29th of next year. I'm willing to grant. Ms. Chance?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Sarkoff?
Same place. It is a huge ask, especially considering how little time to spend on parole before coming back.
Messing up. Messing up. Yeah. Well, like I said, all eyes will be on him and Waterbury. Now, you won't be able to sneeze without everybody knowing. All right, so I have no two co-defendants, and I guess we should say no alcohol since he mentioned that.
Right.
Anything else? One is his sister, so we'll do that without Theo's permission. Let me see, she's not living at the sponsor's home, is she? The halfway house. Oh, she is.
So he lives there with.
All right, so he needs
So-
a halfway house.
Yeah.
Cannot go to his sponsor. You understand?
Yes.
And I'm sure parole will have met.
Yeah. Mhm. Okay, so in the matter of Orlando Morales, inmate number 428-486, there's a motion to grant parole on or after your earliest eligibility date of 4/30/2026 with the following conditions: no consumption of alcohol, halfway house placement, no contact with co-defendant Alex Echevarria, and no contact with co-defendant Jaslyn Morales without PO's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Motion carries. Parole is granted. Please don't make us look like fools.
Yeah.
Be
Thank
the
you.
first one, Mr. Morales. Do not come back.
Yeah. Thank you for your time.
This concludes the parole hearing for Orlando Morales, 428-486. You're all set, Mr. Morales. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Another transfer parole form.
Well, a few days.
Yeah. I just let him stay there.
Well, I mean, he's now that he needs halfway house, he is gonna stay there. Man. This is what they mean. Hmm.
Who would you like to see next?
Let's see, Tisdale.
You got it.
Thank you.
Come on.
Change guards.
Yeah.
This door will open from the inside. Just come out when you're done. Okay.
All set now?
Who is this?
Tisdale.
Thank you. This is you, Miss Chance.
I think that's me.
Mhm.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tisdale.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Sarkoff.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Tycho Tisdale, 359755.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tyshell Tisdale, 359755. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, followed by 5 years special parole. Wait, do we have special? I'm sorry, hold on.
It is.
Okay, followed by 5 years special parole for criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, or defense weapon at risk of injury to a child. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 9th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed New Thoughts, Voices, Tier 2, Alternatives to Violence Basic. He works as a laundryman and he's currently participating in People Empowering People with an anticipated completion date of May 25th, 2026. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Tisdale, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I feel I should be granted to parole because I'm mentally and physically ready to be a outstanding citizen in the community. At this time today, I would like to just say that I needed this time away. During this time, I was able to reflect on my actions and really think about everything along with the help of the programs such as Voices, New Thoughts, Alternative to Violence Prevention, phases 1 and 2. It helped me to understand that my ways and thinking was absolutely wrong. And for that, I would like to take full responsibility and apologize for my actions that led me here today. I understand exactly what I need to do in the community, and I understand exactly what needs to be done to keep me a positive citizen in the community. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Tisdale. We like that. Did a good job. We're gonna ask you some questions, starting with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Mr. Tisdale, may I ask you how many gun charges you have?
I want to say 3.
Why do you need guns?
I thought I needed it for protection, but seeing the consequence, because the environment that I'm in.
What do you think would happen if everyone felt that way in your community and everyone went out and got a gun?
Would it be a good thing? I understand that clearly today.
And you know what guns are doing in our community?
Yes.
Destroying our community, and it's a public safety issue. Right?
Yes.
So you fired 6 shots because you thought 4 shots were fired at you.
Right.
What was the circumstances that brought that on?
I was just walking to the store when I got fired on. And how I know was because the car that I was walking past was actually what got hit. And thinking fast and, either to just run or try to save myself by returning fire, I made the wrong decision and returned fire.
How did you know for sure that they were firing at you?
Because the car that I was walking past was getting hit.
What have you learned from that behavior? And I ask you that because one of the things that you said is at the time of the offense, you were going to school and you were a criminal justice major and wanted to become a cop.
True. At the time, it was wrong decision making, man. I was just thinking for the now and not for the tomorrow or after that.
Yeah. Okay. Then I want to go back and ask you about 2 escape charges that you have.
Yes.
211 and 213. I know it was way back.
Yes.
But what happened?
On the first one, to be honest with you, I was just young and was more manipulated by my kids' mothers, telling me that their lack of was my fault because I was gone. And I felt like I had to correct the wrong. And I was wrong because I only opened the door to put myself back in a situation like this.
Well, Mr. Tisdale, you're a person that, had good common sense. You're a high school grad. You're a certified mechanic and you're a CNA. How do you get into these criminal acts?
That morning, ma'am, that just happened. I can't even say who did it. That was just something that just really just happened. Like I can't tell you what brought it on, anything. I can't even tell you who the person was.
But so one of the other things that you said was that you didn't feel your sentence was fair. But that was your third gun charge, you know,
Solve the issue
they pile up.
with,
Yes.
And, you know, gun charges are, as I said, you know, it's a public safety issue.
Yes.
But now, since your incarceration, you have completed several jobs. You have one DR that you got August 2024. Can you just briefly explain that? It was
Yes.
for a theft, but I know.
No, so I was working in the medical wing in Whaley Avenue Jail, and I was giving 2 trash bags by a CO. In me leaving from medical and going back to my dorm, I was stopped by another CO. I'm not sure if she was just having just a type of day, but that's when she found the bags. That's what led to me getting the ticket. When I got back to my dorm, I had the CO in my dorm call medical so they can, get to the lieutenant to, let them know that I was given the bags. But by time all that was already established, the ticket was already wrote and signed by another lieutenant. So it was really nothing I could do about that.
Okay. So
Can I ask, why did you have them in your pants?
I had it in my pocket
Okay. Why did you need extra trash bags?
because that's what we cook with, man.
Okay, but they also make pruno in those bags. And that's why extra is a problem.
No, I understand, but I was given the trash bags with the sole purpose of cooking with.
Well, and they get back to the unit and you could give them to somebody else and that's what it could be used for. So that's why it's a problem and why that officer took issue with you having them.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
So you completed the New Thoughts program, Voices Tier 2 and Alternative to Violence and the People Empowering People. Tell me a little bit about what insights you gained from them. Start with the New Thoughts.
New Thoughts. The one thing I took from New Thoughts was there is no such thing as a victimless crime. The second thing I took from it is violence should never be an alternative in no type of way situation. Because all it does is help destroy the community, which I'm supposed to be a part of and be an outstanding person in it.
Okay, keep going. Voices.
Voices taught me to really think before I react. Like, even though I might make a decision, it's always better to recheck that decision because that might not be the correct one. That's what I took from Voices.
I thought Voices had to do with the fact that, it has to do with more impact to victims.
I think he mixed up the Voices and the New Thoughts descriptions.
Right.
I mean, kind of like all of the programs are it is well rounded, so it touches on a lot of different subjects. So it's more like, what did you take from this program? Because
right, but what the comment that you just made, I think, was more in line with the New Thoughts.
Okay.
And the Voices just, talk about the impacts to victims. But I wanted to know a little bit about what you learned in Teach because of the offenses that you committed. So do you remember Alternative to Violence?
The alternative to violence prevention was, yes, was that under no circumstances should violence ever be an answer in no way, shape, or form. There's always like coping mechanisms to know when you're getting upset or stressed, or even just being able to talk. Like violence should never be an alternative in no situation because it leads me to places like this.
So what do you think would have happened if you did not fire those shots back?
I wouldn't be here today, man.
Right. And then you also got that risk of injury to child.
Yes,
Because why?
because bullets, according to the police report, bullets went through the wall and I believe almost hit a little kid.
Exactly. And so I think the appropriate programs that you took was fine. Now you had a laundry job assignment.
Yes,
How long did you have that for?
I still have it. I've had it for about give or take a year.
Okay. And so what does your release plan looks like?
I'm hoping to be able to go back to work the day of my release. I'm going back to quality staff and home care where I was previously working before my incarceration.
And that's where you've been working since 2016?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have something to say that they're going to take you back?
No.
But how do you know that when you get released?
Because I've been in contact with my boss. I was hoping that she already sent something off to you guys. I did request that was done.
Okay. And she's aware of the reason why you're incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. What else about your release plan?
I want to go to NETS for CDL classes. I tried to get into it here, but it didn't work out for something that has something with the teacher here. So for some reason
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, the program itself is on hold right now for reasons that's for here and here.
So are you also a certified mechanic?
Yes. I graduated from Porter and Chester 2019. But NETS is a
You have a
CDL.
CNA?
Yes.
Now you want to go do CDL, and you were previously in school and for a criminal justice major?
Yes.
So exactly what it is that you want to do?
I want to do the NETS thing more now because it's a big opportunity for me. But still going back to work is my main priority. I have to go back to work. That's an automatic. School is like a second priority.
Okay, so the school that you really want to go to now is for CDL?
Yes, for truck driving.
And you wouldn't utilize your mechanic certification?
I mean, I can. That's like, something that I could always fall back on because I'm certified to do it. But I'm going to be working still in the medical field. I just feel the truck driving is something that I'm going to like more.
Oh, okay. And who do you have for support?
I have a big family, man.
Are they all in support of you?
Yes.
So there's your grandmother, your 5 children, and the 3 mothers of your children?
Yes.
And you want to go to live with your girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. And you are able to co-parent with the mother of your children? You don't have any issues with them?
No.
All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Mr. Zarkoff. So, I guess the only thing I would say to you, Mr. Tisdale, is that, you know, you were out in the community in New Haven in the illegal possession of a firearm, one that you carried because you didn't feel safe in New Haven, and now that's where you want to go back to.
I wouldn't be living in the same environment or same area.
I hope you appreciate that all eyes will be on you. You'll be on the deadly weapon offender registry. You're known as a serious firearm offender. All of your sentences going forward will be much longer.
Yes.
And you will be watched very carefully, not just because you're, you know, going to have parole to follow.
Yes.
All right, we're done with the questions. Please don't interrupt. Ms. Chance?
So Mr. Tisdale is doing 5 years special parole. This is his third gun charges, and it was concerning because he believes that someone fired 6 shots at him. So, no, 4 shots at him, and he turned around and fired 6 shots, which was just totally unacceptable, considering that this was his third gun charge.
6:15 in the morning.
And despite the fact that he doesn't feel that his sentence was fair, looking at his criminal history with his gun charges and the seriousness, because when he fired the gun into the home with the child, what would have happened if it hit the child? In any case, he received 1 DR. He completed several good programs, New Thoughts, Voices, Alternative to Violence. He was working when he was arrested. He indicates that he can go back to the quality staffing where he's been employed since 2016. He does have family support, and as you raise the concern, it's the part of New Haven that he's going back to. So we know that if it's not a good area and he gets into a problem with guns again, he'll be right back. I would be in favor of granting Mr. Tisdale discretionary parole today. He's rated out at a moderate risk. He completed programs, had 1 DR a year and a half ago, as a sponsor, has family support, and has a job to go back to.
Mr. Zarkov?
Thank you. So this is yet another big ask. Facing his conviction and criminal history. I find it pretty mind-boggling that he gets involved with a firearm at this point in his life. Especially given his work experience history. I mean, he really doesn't need the streets, and yet he finds himself with a very serious conviction. He has done well during this incarceration. He has a solid release plan and good support in the community, so I am willing to give him a chance and discretionary parole.
I'm struggling with the gift of 2 years and 2 months before his end of sentence. And then he'll have to be on special parole at least a year. It's just, like you said, like, you know, other than the cocaine use, I'm hard pressed to appreciate why he was carrying a firearm. I don't know what day of the week it was, 6:15 in the morning, whether it was, Wednesday.
It said he was.
You'd have thought he'd been on his way to work.
Right.
So what are your conditions?
I had no contact with the victim, JR.
I have that the victim is JM, but I wasn't interested in stipulating that because he doesn't know these people, and I'd rather not provide the name and other identifying information of the parents. Did you have any conditions?
Standard conditions. No.
Then it would be just standard parole because that was the only other one I had.
So in the matter of Tyshell Tisdale, inmate number 359755, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of April 24th, 2026, with standard conditions for all of your parole supervision. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This concludes the parole hearing for Tyshell Tisdale, 359755. You're all set, Mr. Tisdale. You get all your paperwork next week.
Thank you.
You gotta go. You'll see them down there.
Ms. Chance, this is the next.
Back to you, right?
Sorry, people, it's through 39. Doesn't look like we're gonna.
Who would you like to see next?
Ward is fine. Ward or Wiggins, it doesn't matter. I only have two more.
Ward. Mr. Ward, come up. That door will open from the inside when you get out. Actually, I don't think we'll just come on out and do nothing. No worries.
You'd have to see Mr. Ward. Panel, you're all set?
Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ward.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Alex Starkov.
Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Marcus Ward, 412-920.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Marcus Ward, 412920. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after serving 5 years, followed by 5 years probation for attempt to commit assault first, criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, or defense weapon, assault third, and risk of injury to a child. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of August 29, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed Tier 2 culinary arts, and he has an OSHA 10 and CertiSafe certification. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Ward, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
You have something to say?
First of all, good morning. Well, good afternoon. How y'all doing? I feel like I deserve to be granted parole for. I feel like this time has really changed me. This incarceration has really changed the way I think about life, the way I perceive, my perception on it. And I'm just tired of doing the whole coming back and forth, and I'm ready for a change.
Great. Okay. Well, we're going to ask you some questions. We're going to begin with Mr. Zarkov.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Ward.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us why you're incarcerated?
Assault first.
Assault first?
Assault first, yeah.
Okay, well, I think you have more conviction than that, but let's start with assault first. What happened there?
So first off, I wasn't happy about what happened, but me and this guy, we had got into it. We had an exchange of words. My pride got the best of me, and I went back to the scene and beat him up.
And part of that conviction was also criminal possession of a firearm too, right?
Yes.
Why did you carry a weapon?
Fear of he was gonna do something to me. And at the time I had my leg was broken, so more for protection. But I felt like I'm sorry.
You chose to go there, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, what about the assault third and risk of injury?
So third risk of injury. I ended up taking that charge from my ex, but I did put my hands on my son. And I felt a lot of remorse behind these walls for that. I learned that it wasn't right. When I was growing up, I was beat, so I felt like that's just what people did.
So if you put your hands on your son, why do you say that you took the charges for someone else?
Because the extent of what she did, I wasn't what I did. I normally just.
How do you know that?
How do I know what she did?
Oh, how do you know that the injuries were not due to your actions? I mean, you beat up your son with a belt, right?
Yeah.
I'm just asking why do you think you took the charges for someone else when it seems like you're admitting to putting your hands on your son?
Yeah, I only spanked them. And when these charges took place, I wasn't even around because of the assault first incident. And me and my ex, we wasn't together either. I'm thinking that the assault first was gonna be a heavier charge because spanking your son wasn't that bad. I wasn't aware of how severe the charges was. So it was me taking a charge for her, for me to go ahead and handle this court situation. But I'm not saying that I didn't beat my son. I just didn't beat him to the severity of the report that you guys have.
Okay. Let's talk about your time during this incarceration. What can you tell us about the tickets you received?
At that point with the Pruno tickets, I was kind of feeling hopeless and like boxed in, and I was losing people at that time. I was around lifers. I didn't have any commissary or nothing, so I thought that was the way to go about it.
Were you selling it or were you using it?
The first ticket I was just drinking it. The second ticket for the Pruno, I was selling it.
What's concerning is that you got one of those tickets after you took both of them, after you took the tier program, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think that didn't work for you?
The tier 2 program, I say, in my opinion, it did work because it wasn't really like I was a user. The knowledge that I gained behind the program, it stuck with me. I just didn't utilize, the information really at hand because I was worried about selling the Pruno.
But you know what drugs and Bruno do to people around you, right? You must have learned that in tier 2 also. So it's not just about you, it's about others too.
That's why I started by saying I understood that it was horrible, but in my circumstances, I was feeling really hopeless at that time.
Have you tried to get your GED?
Yeah, I actually started class last Friday.
You did? Okay, good. And you haven't really done well in supervision in the past. 0 for 7.
You have not done well in supervision in the past. What do you think is going to be different this time?
I had a lot of enablers before in my situations. One of them was one of my cousins. He had passed away when I was in here. Well, he got murdered when I was in here, but I'm not saying like because he's not around, that wouldn't be a thing, but it was you're either gonna be in jail or dead. And if I felt like if I was home, I'd probably be with him and I'll probably be dead too. So that was a real big turnaround, eye opener for me. I mean, I lost one of my grandmothers also on this bed and an uncle. And I don't know, I keep coming back. I'll go home, say I'm gonna do something different, and then I'll get out there, feel like the world is too it's closing in or I'm trapped. And then I'll resort back to either selling drugs or doing illegal things to try to get by. But I'm knowing from sitting in here, I recently took out Buddhism. So I know from sitting in here, it's like what you put out to the energy, what you put out to the earth is gonna come back 10 times full. And before, when I was putting out bad energies, obviously I was getting bad results. So I would just like to, be different. And I'm older now. I just missed 4 years of my son's life. So
Yeah, I think I'm all set with questions. Is there anything else you want us to know? We have not covered?
I'm open to answer any more questions from other board members if they have them.
Okay. Thank you.
His chance. Mr. Ward, first
Yes.
you said it was your co-defendant who pointed the gun at the victim. Then you said it was your girlfriend who abused your son, yet your son told the janitor that he didn't want to go home because his father heard it.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you taking responsibility for today?
Why am I?
What are you taking responsibility for?
For my part, that I had spanked him and beat him in the past. I'm just saying the report that you guys have isn't what I did. I'm not saying I didn't beat him. I have beat my son, but I'm not saying that is what I did.
Okay. And then you completed tier 2. You got a Pruno ticket because you drank it, and then you were making Pruno to sell to other people in the facility.
Yes.
What do you think was going to happen with that?
Honestly, I wasn't thinking at that point in life.
And that was just a little over a year ago. And as my colleague said, you haven't done well on community release. So it's a big ask today, Mr. Ward. But thank you for answering my question. And I'm sure.
Okay, well, that concludes the questions. Mr. Zarkov.
Thank you. So Mr. Ward is here in a number of very serious convictions. He does take responsibility for them, although there's a fair amount of minimization that we heard today. He has completed tier 2 program, ended up getting a couple of tickets for Bruno after that. Still has voices on anger management and his OAP. And he really has not done well in supervision, as we discussed. So he has a bit work left to do. I'm glad he's taken some programming. He said he found Buddhism, so hopefully that works for him. And I'm going to be a denial for today.
Okay, I'm in agreement. A 5-year-old is old enough that you can reason with them. You can teach them, you can talk through their behavior and correct it. You don't need to put hands on a 5-year-old. So I think Mr. Ward, in the time remaining, really needs to seek out a fatherhood program and learn some parenting skills. because, you know, I'm not even saying spanking is appropriate for a 2-year-old, but, you know, 5-year-olds can reason and can listen and can talk through problems. And instead, this child was covered in bruises. The fact that he would turn around and make and sell Pruno, jeopardizing the efforts of other inmates to get clean and sober, having sat in a tier 2 program and heard their struggles. You know, he had his own tragic outcomes from drug use, but yeah, I have nature and circumstance, poor performance on community release, and poor institutional adjustment as my reasons.
Yes.
Also, program participation, isn't done anger management yet.
Okay. All right, so in the matter of Marcus Ward, inmate number 412920, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your current offenses, your poor performance on community release, your poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing of Marcus Ward, 2920. You're all set, Mr. Ward. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
All right. Thank you.
Up there.
That's not what's going on. Going to wait. Just make sure.
You all set for Mr. Wiggins?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Wiggins, if you have a statement written that you want to read, please have it out and ready to go.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Wiggins.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Good afternoon, Alex Sarkoff.
Joy Chance.
Get your name and inmate number for the record.
Norman Wiggins, 389-124.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Norman Wiggins, 389-124. He is serving a sentence of 5 years followed by 4 years special parole for criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, or defense weapon, possession with intent to sell or dispense a narcotic, tampering with a witness, assault third, and unlawful restraint second. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of December 16, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed New Thoughts, domestic violence, Voices, Tier 2. He participates in the ongoing program of CLIck. He's completed Alternatives to Violence Basic and Advanced. He works as a janitor, and he's currently participating in People Empowering People, which ends on May 25th, 2026. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Wiggins, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Before you do so, Mr. Wiggins, we have a 3-page letter from you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I can assure you we've all read it, so please don't read it to us. But if you have something that you want to say.
Yeah, first I want to say good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity. During this time of my incarceration has allowed me to understand how many things and how I've taken life for granted when I was home. I just recently, my grandmother just recently turned 90 on April 18th. She's been like a mother figure to me my entire life. And she's guided me through, my ups and my downs. I never really had a mother or a father like that. I have a son that I missed his 8th grade graduation during my incarceration. He's now going into his 3rd year in high school.
Mr. Wiggins, we
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate that these are reasons that you want parole.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
want to be back with your family, and that's a wonderful thing, but we're looking for reasons why you deserve parole.
I just take full responsibility for my actions. I mean, during my incarceration, I did everything that was asked of me, plus more. I feel like I've rehabilitated myself. I've taken NA, I've taken Tier 2.
Yes.
I have realized that my drug addiction was the main source of just my downfall, like my spiral down. And I've just been working towards it. I'm a work in progress. I'm not saying it changed overnight, but it took me 3 years. And I do plan on, if I'm released, I do plan on continuing to get help and attend NA. I do plan on going back to school. I was taking school in here. I didn't get to finish because of the programs that I was taking. It didn't fit with the schedule. So I'm gonna go back to school when I get home and get my GED because I have plans on doing that. And I already have a job waiting in place for me.
Okay, sir, we're going to ask some questions of you, and I'll start.
Yes, ma'am.
Very concerning set of crimes that you're responsible for. A lot of harm that was done. You have now part of your sentence, the deadly weapon offender registry.
Yes, ma'am.
You have a prior gun possession from 2019, and then in your federal sentence, you violated probation with having ammunition. So I want to make sure that you appreciate, sir, that as a convicted felon, you are prohibited for the rest of your life from having firearms and ammunition. And that's here in Connecticut and federally, meetings, everywhere else in the country.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. I don't have plans on touching them. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, ma'am.
Yeah, it's concerning the choices that you were making. You did take the Voices program, but I didn't hear you say anything by way of an apology for the harm that you were causing out in the community. Other than taking full responsibility, was there something you might want to say if your victims are listening?
It was in my letter. I do want to apologize to the victims for all the pain and suffering I did cause.
How else do you think you affected them?
Just the trauma, just the everyday struggles in life. I mean, I was just living recklessly. I think I damaged them for future relationships with other people, mentally, physically, financially, emotionally. I believe I've done a lot, and I am truly, and I am sorry. I am remorseful for it. If I could take it all back, I would.
We hear that a lot, and I can't identify a more useless statement. If I could take it back, I would. That means nothing. It's done. So it just always gets under my skin when I hear that, because it just is really meaningless. So why? Why were you making the choice to be in possession of a firearm and causing harm to women you were dating?
I don't really want to like blame growing up without the proper guidance, like without a mom or a father, but I think basically I was just looking for something in the women that I didn't have growing up, like towards far as having a mom. And
well, I think it's an interesting statement that you don't want to blame the fact that you were growing up. But when you were interviewed by the parole officer, you were blaming the victims. You were calling them jealous. You were saying they were lying on you. So you weren't blaming your environment here, but you were blaming the victims for your choices to be violent and abusive.
No, ma'am.
You tried to get a victim to claim that the gun was hers. Why would you do that?
The firearm, it was hers. It's registered to her. Was her firearm. She had stayed the night at my house the night before. And when she left, she went to work and she left her stuff with me. So when I had another girl come over, I was just trying to like get it out of there so she could come back and get it, because I knew it would just blow up and I would have to argue with her. And I just wish it was a dumb, foolish mistake. I was just being selfish at the time. And I wasn't
So why
thinking.
did you hit the other victim in the head with the gun?
I never hit the woman with the gun in the head. I pushed her into like a mirror.
Oh, they had documented injuries on the top of her head and blood. You know, I'm hard pressed to appreciate your opening statement of taking full responsibility, because now we sit here and we delve into the details and it wasn't like that. And you just start shaving the corners off of responsibility and make it meaningless that you're telling us you take full responsibility. I know you said to the parole officer that you were going to change your way of thinking, which I think is important, because, you know, you have a practice of blaming other people for the choices that you make. So 4 times you got disobeying a direct order because you wouldn't go to court on a paternity case. Why wouldn't you step up and get the matter settled?
I just recently got it done, but I was going through the same thing with her for about 7 years, and they just now finally resolved it.
Well,
the
you
child
can't
wasn't.
blame it taking so long when 4 times you refused to go to court when you had a court date.
You're right, ma'am. I have no excuse.
What was the outcome? Is the child yours?
No, ma'am.
So you have 10, not 11, or you have 9, not 10?
10.
Okay. And you mentioned having a job. What is that job doing?
In here, or?
You said you have a job as part of your release plan.
Oh, it's donut crazy. It's off York Street. It's like just prepping and baking donuts. And I'll be making coffee. Have to clean.
All right. That's something. I don't know. I'm just really concerned, Mr. Wiggins. I think the worst combination is a domestic violence perpetrator in possession of firearms.
I understand.
So these guns that you keep acquiring, none of them are yours.
No, this one, the last one weren't mine, but before, yes, I take full responsibility for that. The gun was registered to.
Your addiction is your main source of your criminal behavior. I'm not sure I agree with that. So you had a daily marijuana habit and ecstasy. What else did you use?
Also snorted cocaine.
So was it just your lifestyle, or were you trying to avoid life and adult responsibilities? What was going on?
I think it was more so of me just trying to like mask all the stress and trauma that I was going through at the time.
How are you going to deal with that without drugs when you're back in the community?
I plan on getting a sponsor and attending programs and meetings.
Are you
I mean,
doing
that's
any
kinda-
meetings there in the facility?
Yes, ma'am. I attend NA regularly.
Okay, do you work the 12 steps?
I'm trying. I mean, it's not easy, but yeah, I'm doing it.
What do you do when you get to step 12?
I just take a breath and I think I'm
No,
learning
you
how-
start all over again. That's the 12 steps is the foundation of NA and AA. And
Yes,
it's the
ma'am.
mechanism you use to deal with your addiction, your history, your relationships. And when you get through the 12 steps and you start them all over again, you're in a different place. So you learn new things about yourself and you learn new ways to grow as a person.
Yes, ma'am.
So, it's not about just sitting in meetings. It's really about working on yourself, and the 12 steps is the mechanism to do that. Did you ever do the 12 steps out or the meetings out in the community before?
I attended Grant Street and Moss. It's federal based. I did it when I was released, and
So you know
that's
where to
part of
go to
my-
get meetings, and you know that there are different kinds of meetings, step meetings, speaker meetings, mail only meetings. So you can find
yes,
a
ma'am.
sponsor by
I-
going to a variety of meetings and meeting different people. And
Yes, ma'am. I have a brochure. I'm gonna check in Catholic Charities. It's on Lombard in Connecticut. It's on Lombard Street. And the Moss, I'm
is that in
currently.
East Haven where your aunt lives, or Lombard Street? It's kind of vague.
It's like 10 minutes away from there.
Okay, good. All right, well,
And-
you have 4 years of special parole to follow. You've been on special parole before. You were returned with new charges twice. So I sure hope you'll be more successful this time. Do you appreciate that your parole officer has access to programs and services that can help you be successful?
Yes, ma'am, because I am open for the help. Like I said, I'm getting too old for this. I'm
Yeah,
36. I'll be 36. And I have a 4-year-old that I don't even know because I've been in jail ever since she was turning 1. So I'm just ready for change and I'm just willing
Is
to
that
put in the
child
work.
with any of the victims of this crime? These crimes?
No, ma'am.
Children are expensive. You have 10 of them to provide for. So I hope you'll be serious in your commitment to parent and earn money to support them because, they might have big goals like college. That is also expensive. Thank you for talking to me, Mr. Wiggins. Ms. Chance, any questions?
Just a couple, and I'll be very quick. So you indicated in your opening statement about not having a mother, but you had your grandmother and you had your 3 sisters. So why weren't they able to provide what you think your mother should have? There are many people who grew up with their grandparents.
I think they did the best they could and they did an excellent job. It really wasn't more so them or what they can provide for me. I think it was more so just me just being curious and just wanting to do what I wanted to do. That's basically what it was.
Okay, so you have 10 children with 7 mothers.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you co-parent with the 7 mothers?
I have good relationships with at least 5 of them.
And when you were asked to identify a high risk when you're in the community, you said dealing with several women. So how are you gonna manage to co-parent with the 7 mothers in regards to your 10 children?
Have to put the children first. It's not about me anymore or the moms. It's about the kids because they need both of their parents. And I plan on continuing to take parenting classes also when I get out.
Well, I sure hope you do, Mr. Wiggins, but that's all I have for you today, so just thank you for answering.
Mr. Sarkoff? Okay, so that's it for the questions we're going to discuss. Please don't interrupt. So a lot about this is very concerning to me. He scores very high for his risk to reoffend. He has not been successful in the 4 opportunities he's been afforded at community release and now has 4 years of special parole. That gives me some comfort. He accumulated 5 disciplinary reports this period of incarceration. Fairly senseless, but yet he was still able to complete a myriad of programs. I think he could take a parenting program and work on his GED with the time remaining on his sentence. His history is just too concerning, as are these crimes, so I will not be voting him to discretionary parole today. Ms. Chance?
I absolutely agree with everything that you say, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Sarkoff, where are you?
I agree with both of you. Now, I do hear some change. She's done quite a number of programs. I don't know why he wouldn't go to court a number of times. He's not a kid anymore, so it sounds more positive. Glad he's doing his GED, but I'm a denial today.
Okay. So as far as conditions, I have behavior management for domestic violence and no alcohol. And then I have initials for 3 different victims, NJ, CW, and JW. And if it turns out that any of them are mothers of his children, he can ask his parole officer for a case review to have those modified. But for now,
JW is one of the mother of his children.
okay, well, you know, you
And I
lose some
believe
privileges when you threaten, and he can work through a third party if he wants to see his children.
And I thought CW, I thought that sentence expired, but maybe I had it wrong.
Well, it's
But
she's
she
still a
would be
victim.
a general. Yeah.
No, she's still a victim.
Okay.
All right, so in the matter of Norman Wiggins III, inmate number 389124, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance, poor institutional adjustment, inadequate evidence of offender change. I further move to set the following conditions for your 4 years of special parole supervision: behavior management for domestic violence. You're not to consume any alcohol, and you're not to have any contact with victims' initials NJ, CW, and JW. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied.
This concludes the parole hearing for Norman Wiggins, 389124. It also concludes the Brooklyn Correctional Facility hearing. It is 2:16 p.m. You're all set, Mr. Wiggins. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
Thank you.